Welcome to the cultivation universe where everything abnormal is normal. And today's main character, Bai Xiaochun, is living proof. A young man who fears death more than the sky falling. A genius whose main talent is causing trouble. And also the only person who can make the entire sect want to beat him, protect him, and avoid him as much as possible. A will eternal, a cultivation story full of laughter. But beneath it is the emotional journey of a seemingly useless person who carries within him a will that can shake heaven and earth. If you want a story that's addictive from the first listen, humorous, touching, and extremely captivating, then this is the perfect choice. Now let's embark on a journey where just one thought is enough to shake eternity. There were 9 large gates here, leading to 9 secret realms opened by the Cloud Sect, providing opportunities for disciples to cultivate. Similar to the Starry Sky Dao Extreme Sect, these 9 secret realms were all ranked, leading to fierce competition among the disciples. Finding a suitable area, Bai Xiaochun sat down cross-legged with anticipation. A white cloth shop opened before him. On it were placed some magic treasures, elixirs, and miscellaneous items from his storage bag. However, there were no aphrodisiac pills or illusion pills. He then began waiting for customers. Bai Xiaochun's actions immediately attracted the attention of the Northern Sect disciples surrounding him. Each time they saw him, they were slightly surprised. Then many of them burst into laughter. He can set up a stall here, a celestial being setting up a stall, haha. It seems we've forced him into a situation where he can't leave, can't refine pills, can't cultivate. Now he can only sell his goods. Not only were the Northern Sect cultivators all around laughing mockingly, but even the Cloud Thunder twins in the black coffin above the sky had their divine senses lowered at this moment. In truth, they didn't have the time to constantly worrying about Bai Xiaochun. According to them, under the 3 chapters agreement, even if Bai Xiaochun had the power to overturn the heavens in the Northern Sect, he would have to back down. Time passed. Another half-month went by. Every morning, Bai Xiaochun would come to this place to set up his stall. Although he barely sold anything during the past half-month, he remained full of enthusiasm, sitting there and eagerly introducing his magical artifacts and elixirs to every disciple who came before him. One day, noticing that the divine consciousness of the Northern Heavenly Human Sect wasn't paying attention to him, Bai Xiaochun saw a burly man standing in front of his stall, examining some elixirs, and quietly said, "Little brother, I have some special elixirs here. Would you like to take a look?" Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. This man had been here 3 times already. Bai Xiaochun observed him for a while. After confirming that this person was harmless, he then quietly said, "What kind of elixirs?" The man immediately became wary, sneering. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand. A wisdom illusion elixir appeared in his hand. As soon as the wisdom illusion elixir appeared, its unique fragrance instantly startled the man. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed. Finally, he took the elixir from Bai Xiaochun's hand, without asking the price, threw Bai Xiaochun a spirit stone, and turned to leave. A block of spirit stones, enough to buy a single illusionary wisdom pill. The initial production cost wasn't even enough. This big man obviously thought Bai Xiaochun was currently being suppressed by the Northern Branch. The fact that he could afford it was already quite good. This kind of mentality wasn't unique to him. Most people in the Northern Branch shared the same mindset. Bai Xiaochun smiled, his eyes narrowed, and he collected the spirit stones. He didn't mind continuing to sit there, occasionally shouting a few times. As long as he found an opportunity and under circumstances where no one was paying attention to him, observing him, and considering the Northern Branch disciples he deemed harmless, he would trade in the aphrodisiac pill and the illusionary wisdom pill. Although this Northern Branch is hostile towards me, I still have my principles. I sell the aphrodisiac pill to women, not men. I sell the illusionary wisdom pill to men, not women. Bai Xiaochun sighed. He felt his biggest flaw was being too kind. He shook his head at this moment. He looked at the burly, fierce-looking female cultivator in front of him and whispered, "Do you admire male cultivators? One aphrodisiac pill will help you find a good match." The fierce-looking female cultivator looked suspiciously at the aphrodisiac pill in her hand. The pill was only the size of a finger, seemingly easy to crush with a light touch. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun quickly stopped her, whispering, "Don't crush it here. I won't sell it to you anymore." As soon as Bai Xiaochun said this, the female cultivator quickly retreated, hastily throwing Bai Xiaochun a bag of spirit stones, her eyes filled with excitement, and turned to run away. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, he took the spirit stones. Among the pills he sold, he added the heartbreak pill. From then on, during his business dealings, he introduced another set. "Have you heard of my aphrodisiac pill? Don't be afraid. I have the antidote, one heart-shattering pill, guaranteed to keep you completely unaffected by the aphrodisiac pill. I'm telling you." Almost all the female cultivators in your cloud sect are powerful, and they've all come to buy the aphrodisiac pill. You yourself must be careful. While these 3 pills were being sold, Bai Xiaochun paid careful attention. When choosing buyers, he observed them for a while before selling them. Therefore, these 3 types of pills flowing into the cloud sect were certainly not a sensational affair. But he spoke so naturally, as if subtly influencing things. Gradually, the news spread within the cloud sect. Almost all those who bought the illusion-inducing pill would, after only a few days, return to Bai Xiaochun, overwhelmed with ecstasy and uncontrollable excitement to buy the illusion-inducing pill again. But the price was higher each time than the last. However, every time Bai Xiaochun sold a pill, he would remind the other party of the potential problems. This wasn't because he had a soft heart towards the northern branch, but rather because he possessed the virtue of a master alchemist. "The problems I encountered while refining the pills were due to changes occurring in the netherworld. I didn't know about them. When the pills were finished and I needed to sell them, I would inform the other party of the things they needed to be aware of." Bai Xiaochun pondered deeply. The same applied to the aphrodisiac pill. The related heartbreak pills also rose in popularity, spreading subtly within the cloud sect. In truth, these 2 types of pills held an incredibly strong appeal to cultivators. The aphrodisiac pill addresses instinctive needs. The illusionary mind pill is a mental illusion. The heart-shattering pill, however, can not only counteract the aphrodisiac pill, but to some extent, it can also counteract the illusionary mind pill. This has led to a surge in the consumption of this pill. Besides the heart-shattering pill, the origins of the other 2 pills gradually became known to the cloud sect. They knew very well that the illusionary mind pill was like poison, not a beneficial elixir. Yet many people, either unconvinced or, after trying it, became addicted and secretly bought it. Several grand masters of alchemy in the cloud sect, after discovering this, also obtained the pills through various methods and began researching them. Among them, a prominent Grand Master of Alchemy in the cloud sect, Ayangda, was the sect's leading alchemist. His understanding of the illusionary mind pill and the aphrodisiac pill surpassed that of others. Previously, when Bai Xiaochun arrived in the northern region, I only wanted to study his elixirs myself. Now as the opportunity, Ayangda sneered, looking at a wisdom illusion pill in his hand. "I really want to see what's so extraordinary about this tiny wisdom illusion pill." Ayangdo was very confident and began to study it. However, even with all the knowledge of elixirs he possessed, he still couldn't discern any clues within. This made him very unwilling. "To know its principle, I can only try it myself." Ayangdo pondered for a long time. He relied on his confidence in his alchemy and on the fact that he also had a heartless elixir, which he could use to counteract any problems. Therefore, he swallowed another wisdom illusion pill. In the blink of an eye, as the elixir dissolved, Ayangdi's entire body trembled violently, his eyes tightly shut. He looked utterly terrified. He inadvertently dropped the antidote for the heartbreak elixir. Letting it roll on the ground 3 days later, drenched in sweat, he slowly opened his eyes. He seemed dazed, standing there in a daze for a long time before finally muttering 4 words, attaining enlightenment and becoming an immortal. There were many people like Ayangda in the cloud sect. Almost all of the cloud sect's disciples, after consuming the enlightenment elixir, instinctively refused the antidote, abandoning this absurd and beautiful spiritual pursuit. Gradually, the number of aphrodisiac elixirs sold far surpassed that of the enlightenment elixir. The appearance of the enlightenment elixir was like a storm, rapidly spreading throughout the cloud sect. More and more disciples started secretly buying, eventually becoming openly and honestly purchasing. Especially Ayangda. After experiencing Bai Xiaochun's wisdom illusion pill, he bought a large quantity from Bai Xiaochun at once, carefully hiding it. Bai Xiaochun's gains also increased steadily. He acquired a huge amount of spirit stones, which excited him greatly. He could once again cultivate the sun and moon long sky technique. However, he knew that this could only be kept secret for a while, not for too long. Surely, this would soon attract the attention of the heavenly beings of the northern lineage. In fact, that was exactly what happened. The sudden surge in popularity was much faster than Bai Xiaochun had anticipated. The wisdom illusion pill spread was incredibly rapid. One pill was enough to become addicted. The entire process took only half a month. Almost half of the Cloud Sect disciples were utterly infatuated with the illusionary wisdom pill. Amidst this storm, due to the sheer number of disciples, there were always a few who, carelessly, would cause unexpected outbursts. These few, after consuming the illusionary wisdom pill, couldn't control their joy and fantasies, and disregarded Bai Xiaochun's promise to remain inside their cave dwellings. They fled their caves, running wildly through the Cloud Sect, shouting, "Fly, fly, fly! I'm a big bird! Ha ha, ha ha! I've finally become a demigod! Attack me, come and attack me!" Such scenes attracted the attention of the heavenly beings. Initially, it was just a matter of a few disciples acting like mad. But according to the heavenly beings' investigation, they were horrified to discover that in a mere half-month, more than half of the Cloud Sect disciples had consumed the illusionary wisdom pill. This caused astonishment and shock. Immediately, a surge of anger rose in the hearts of the Northern Heavenly Sect's disciples. They immediately went down and issued an order to classify the illusionary wisdom pill as a banned elixir. Anyone who continued to consume the illusionary wisdom pill would be expelled from the sect. As soon as this ban was issued, the Cloud Sect disciples were bewildered. They didn't know who started it, but they banded together to find Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun, you shameless scoundrel! You tricked us into eating the illusionary wisdom pill. That's right, the cause of all this is Bai Xiaochun. Damn it, give me back my spirit stones. He made me eat it. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have eaten this cursed illusionary wisdom pill. Some Cloud Sect members were driven by fear, while others regretted the spirit stones they had spent during this time. For various reasons, they immediately turned their spearheads towards Bai Xiaochun again. At this moment, a massive crowd surged towards Bai Xiaochun's residence. The northern heavenly beings were seething with anger. The Cloud Thunder Twins and Feng Chen directly descended upon the Cloud Sect. Bai Xiaochun, you have broken the agreement. You cannot escape death. Feng Chen roared. In a deafening explosion, Bai Xiaochun's residence was instantly shattered by the combined divine power of everyone. Bai Xiaochun scrambled out, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding crowd. He too was enraged. I broke the agreement. Feng Chen, tell me, in the 3-chapter agreement, which clause did I, Bai Xiaochun, break? Did I leave the Cloud Sect even a single step? Did I refine pills? Did I absorb the heaven and earth spiritual power of your northern sect? Which agreement did I break? Come here, tell me. Bai Xiaochun spoke with righteous indignation, his voice like a thunderous roar. In truth, he felt deeply wronged. Seizing the opportunity, he roared loudly. You! Feng Chen pointed his finger at Bai Xiaochun, wanting to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Actually, Bai Xiaochun was telling the truth. The 3-chapter agreement didn't stipulate that Bai Xiaochun couldn't sell elixirs. The Cloud Thunder Twins were also extremely angry. But at the same time, although they were burning with anger, they didn't erupt. Bai Xiaochun saw these heavenly beings being questioned by him and were speechless. His spirits immediately lifted, and he suddenly looked at the Cloud Sect disciples around him who were showing their anger. Furthermore, you all, I ask you, did I, Bai Xiaochun, force you to buy elixirs? Didn't I tell you about the harmful effects of elixirs? Didn't I sell you antidotes? Have you all made it a habit to bully me? Have you forgotten that I, Bai Xiaochun, am also a celestial being? Northern lineage, you're being too arrogant. All the anger and resentment he'd suppressed for the past month erupted. His voice, imbued with divine will, boomed like thunder, reverberating across the heavens and earth. A gigantic face of Bai Xiaochun appeared in the sky, causing all the northern lineage disciples, each struck speechless by his words, to be utterly stunned. Amidst this tense standoff, suddenly, from within the crystal coffin high in the sky, the essy voice of a half-god youth, filled with unwavering conviction, rang out, "From now on, it's not a 3-chapter agreement. but a 4-chapter agreement. You are not allowed to trade any items in this northern branch. If you disobey, you will be suppressed by the thunderous prison. As the words of the demigod ancestor were spoken, an unparalleled force emanated from the sky, directly and forcefully dispelling Bai Xiaochun's will, causing him to let out a groan and stagger back several steps. In an instant, all his momentum vanished. Bai Xiaochun's aura was unstable. He looked up at the glass coffin in the sky. Following the demigod ancestor's words, Feng Chen and the Cloud Thunder twins all looked at Bai Xiaochun and chuckled softly. The disciples of the northern branch all around breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they had been somewhat intimidated by Bai Xiaochun's suppression. Now, the demigod ancestor's words had dispelled Bai Xiaochun's aura, allowing them to recover. The moment they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they all showed disgust. They were only afraid that if they turned back, they still wouldn't be able to resist secretly consuming the illusionary wisdom pill. But today, in the presence of the will of the heavenly beings and demigods, what they expressed was a deep-seated hatred for Bai Xiaochun. Coming to our northern branch, what difference does it make if you're a heavenly being? This was the prevailing sentiment in most people's minds. This matter, following the 3-chapter agreement, became a 4-chapter agreement, effectively marking the end of a phase. Bai Xiaochun remained restricted within the Cloud Sect, completely unable to leave. Now, unable to continue selling pills, he felt extremely frustrated. Damn it, sooner or later, I'll make the northern branch worry of me. Bai Xiaochun grew angrier the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but consider the world treasure mentioned by the little girl. He had been somewhat hesitant before, but today, his hesitation had largely dissipated. However, he still felt uneasy. Although he had previously sold many elixirs for spirit stones, allowing him to cultivate for a short time and barely sustain himself, he couldn't last much longer. Bai Xiaochun pondered a way to avoid violating the 4-chapter agreement while still being able to cultivate. However, after more than 10 days, Bai Xiaochun thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a way to break the deadlock. Just then, the girl awakened for the 3rd time. The girl's voice came from within Bai Xiaochun's mind. Bai Xiaochun, who was cultivating the sun and moon long sky technique, was overjoyed. What are your thoughts? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath upon hearing this. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth fiercely and transmitted his consciousness into his mind. First, this is too sudden. Naturally, she gave me such a great opportunity, making me her master. This is very hard for me to believe. I strongly suspect she has ulterior motives. Considering her background, I reluctantly believe her. Secondly, she has never said anything about why the Heavenly Venerable wanted to kill her back then. Furthermore, Ancestor Lingxi invited her to be a true spirit. Lingxi's mission is to protect her. But I am not. My mission is to protect the Reverse River Sect, to protect my family and friends, and to protect myself. Therefore, regardless of whether she has other motives or not, she shouldn't use them on me. Otherwise, she will have caused immense trouble for herself. For me, it will also cause trouble. At the same time, it will make the Lingxi sect's protection of over 10,000 years become a ridiculous and absurd matter. Bai Xiaochun transmitted his consciousness, carrying a resolute tone. But in reality, he felt that he was just trying to scare her. Fundamentally, Bai Xiaochun wasn't entirely sure about this matter. However, he couldn't help but be tempted. Therefore, his words were meant to let her know he suspected something, while simultaneously using emotional manipulation. This was something Bai Xiaochun had thought about for a long time before finally concluding. The girl remained silent. After a while, she slowly opened her mouth. For me, where is the trouble? Do you know who my true master is? Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He had already anticipated that she would ask this. Therefore, he naturally had to continue his intimidation. He immediately asked, "Huh?" The girl was startled. The guardian of the tomb. Bai Xiaochun uttered each word distinctly. As soon as he said this, he felt the girl suddenly tremble. For her, this news was too shocking. But before she could speak, Bai Xiaochun continued. "Do you know who my disciple is? The Ming Emperor of this generation." Without waiting for the girl's answer, Bai Xiaochun directly told her the answer. This answer caused the girl, who was already unsettled, to feel an intense surge of emotion. Sensing this fluctuation, Bai Xiaochun felt a surge of arrogance. He felt that with his background and status, he shouldn't be bullying others. But now, in this northern region, he was being bullied, and his heart was filled with indignation. Therefore, if you deceive me, your enemies from now on will not only be the heavenly venerate, but also those to others. Bai Xiaochun said slowly, his words full of intimidation, causing the girl to fall silent. She possessed a secret technique that allowed her to sense whether Bai Xiaochun's words were true or false. After a long while, the girl's voice echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind again. This time, she was clearly much calmer. Regarding what I said last time about you becoming my master, you can consider it a promise. This promise can only be fulfilled after you help me slay the heavenly venerate. Besides that, I have nothing to hide from you. The Lingxi sect has protected me for over 10,000 years. I wouldn't repay kindness with resentment. I only want one thing. I want revenge. As the girl's spirited words emanated, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. I agree to your request and help you integrate the world treasure. However, regarding slaying the heavenly venerate, I'm not saying my cultivation is insufficient. Besides, I have no enmity with the heavenly venerate. I don't want to deceive you. It's very difficult for me to do it. You will do it. The girl seemed to be smiling. That smile held a profound meaning, leaving Bai Xiaochun stunned. He wanted to press the matter further, but the girl avoided the topic, saying little, and instead spoke about matters related to the fusion of world treasures. The northern region is my home. I was born in the northern region. For me, the cold air here is the greatest nourishment in the world. To integrate the world treasure, two things are necessary. First, you must reach the entrance to the world treasure. This entrance is not within this sect, but on the ice plains of the northern region. When the time is right, I will tell you the exact location. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed. He had always been meticulous in his actions. Currently, he was being heavily pressured by the northern region, which is why he hastily decided on this matter. However, in reality, he still harbored doubts, though he didn't show them. It was just the girl's words. You will do it. These three words suddenly filled Bai Xiaochun's heart with unease. Secondly, to open the great gate of the treasure world, my true spirit body needs to awaken for 100 breaths. Only then will I have enough time to support the opening of the great gate. Therefore, I need you to give me enough northern meridian cold energy. As the girl said this, Bai Xiaochun's storage bag suddenly trembled. His divine consciousness swept over, and he immediately saw a green leaf condensing from the void inside the girl's coffin. This leaf flew out of the coffin, out of the storage bag, and landed in front of Bai Xiaochun. Cold energy. Bai Xiaochun hesitated a little. The four-chapter agreement stated that he could not absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the northern meridian. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, feeling that cold energy wasn't a big deal. After all, the heaven and earth spiritual energy came from the Tongshan Sea itself. This cold energy, however, came from the entire ice plain in the northern meridian. While Bai Xiaochun was deep in thought, the girl's voice continued to echo in his mind. Absorb the cold energy and integrate it into this leaf. When this leaf turns into ice, the cold energy contained within can withstand me. For about 100 breaths, when you accomplish all of this, that will be the moment we open the treasure world. As for how to collect the cold energy, consider it a test I give you. The girl's aura weakened as she spoke. My soul is weakened and needs to fall into a deep sleep again. Only when this leaf of yours turns into ice and merges into the coffin can I awaken again. I hope you handle this well yourself. After saying these words, the girl's aura completely vanished. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened. After confirming that the girl's aura had dissipated, he breathed a sigh of relief. Before all this, he had used threats as his main tactic. In truth, he didn't want this to create any potential conflict with the girl. Indeed, as he said, this wouldn't be good for him, for her, or for the Reverse River sect. Bai Xiaochun looked at the leaf in his hand, not worrying about the girl's situation. After all, everything depended on this leaf turning into ice before proceeding. How can I make this leaf absorb the cold energy? Bai Xiaochun lowered his head and looked at the ground beneath his feet. The cloud sect was built on a vast expanse of white clouds. Cold energy also condensed within these white clouds. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, then placed the leaf on the ground. After observing for a long time, he didn't see it absorbing any cold energy. This made Bai Xiaochun frown. If it weren't for this 4-chapter agreement, he would have many other options. But now this matter was proving difficult. After a while, Bai Xiaochun sighed. He was about to put the leaf into his storage bag. But suddenly, his eyes stared at something inside his bag of seed. Moonlight flower. I can graft this leaf onto that tree. Bai Xiaochun's eyes lit up. When he discovered the moonlight flower on the bone ship, Bai Xiaochun had previously studied it and concluded that when this flower grows, it absorbs the cold energy from all directions. In the 4 chapters of the covenant, there's nothing that forbids me from planting flowers. Bai Xiaochun was instantly excited. The bone ship and the ghost mother both came from outside the heavens. This flower, obviously, it also came from outside the heavens. Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag. A moonlight flower seed appeared in his hand. After staring at the seed, Bai Xiaochun reconsidered his plan, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Haha, heaven doesn't close all doors. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun felt a little smug. The 4-chapter agreement certainly didn't forbid him from planting flowers. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun enthusiastically left his room, looking around for a suitable place to plant them. After searching for a while, he stroked his chin. Planting them outside is too dangerous. Those people in the northern region are unreasonable. Never mind, I'll just plant them in my room. Bai Xiaochun thought for a moment, then turned back into his room. He began to get busy. The ground in the cloud sect was indeed different from the ground elsewhere, but basically the same. With Bai Xiaochun's efforts, he pried up a brick in his room and dug a hole about a meter in diameter. After the hole was revealed, the ground was covered in a white mist. A chilling aura emanated from within the mist. Sensing the coldness inside, Bai Xiaochun was overjoyed. He carefully planted the moonflower seeds in the misty soil. After doing this, he was filled with intense excitement and anticipation. He sat cross-legged, his divine consciousness constantly observing the moonflower seeds. He could see that after the seeds were planted, they trembled like living creatures. This trembling wasn't due to fear, but rather excitement. This emotion was very clear. After sensing this, Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened. Good moonflower, grow quickly. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips. After observing all night, he saw that the planted seed had absorbed a wisp of cold air from within the mist, using it as nourishment. In a single night, the seed had sprouted, growing green leaves. Looking at these green leaves, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared. He felt he had a mission. Each day passed without boredom. He spent almost all his time caring for and observing this moonflower plant. Time passed. Soon, half a month had gone by. During this time, Bai Xiaochun hadn't left his room even once. Despite this, the cloud sect cultivators continued to discuss Bai Xiaochun's whereabouts. However, Bai Xiaochun was no longer in the mood to eavesdrop. His entire focus was on the moonflower tree. Watching it sprout branches and leaves as tall as a palm within the white cloud soil, Bai Xiaochun felt incredibly happy. As for the leaf, he had grafted it onto the moonflower tree a few days earlier. Now, as the moonflower tree matured, the leaf had become a part of it, absorbing the cold energy within. Everything was growing forward. Several times, while observing, Bai Xiaochun chuckled aloud. Haha, there's nothing Bai Xiaochun can't figure out, Bai Xiaochun said proudly. But after another 7 or 8 days, Bai Xiaochun became somewhat dissatisfied. He noticed the leaf grafted onto the moonflower tree was growing much slower than before. He felt a little worried. This is too slow. If it continues like this, when will it ever absorb all the cold energy? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head. After a long period of contemplation, he felt he needed to think of a way to stimulate the flower's growth. As for methods of stimulation, there were too many options in the alchemy path. The most common was using elixirs to stimulate it. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun secretly observed his surroundings. His divine consciousness quietly spread out, observing the outside world. The 4-chapter agreement only says I'm not allowed to refine or sell elixirs, but it doesn't say I'm not allowed to feed elixirs to little flower. After muttering these words to himself, Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and took out a number of elixirs. After selecting a few, he crushed them and sprinkled them into the moonlit flower. As soon as the medicinal powder touched the moonflower, the flower trembled violently, emitting a brilliant radiance, as if starving, instantly absorbing all the powder that fell on its body. With each absorption, the moonflower's growth accelerated significantly. Even its roots grew a little longer. It slowly spread in all directions within the mist below the room. As it spread, even more cold air was absorbed. Even Bai Xiaochun's room suddenly became much colder. Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened. This sight gave him confidence. He immediately took out a considerable amount of medicinal pills. At first, he would select a few and then crush them. But in the end, he saw the moonflower as a bottomless pit. After continuously absorbing, it grew even faster. Its roots expanded to a radius of hundreds of meters. Bai Xiaochun's confidence instantly increased 100-fold. He crushed more and more pills of the same type. This one is suitable for both vegetarian and non-vegetarian diets. It truly is a treasure flower. Bai Xiaochun was extremely enthusiastic. In just 3 short days, he fed the flower over 100 pills. The moonlight flower did not disappoint. Previously, the flower was the size of a palm, but now it had grown to about half a meter tall. The stems were as thick as an arm, and the branches were as thick as a hand. There were also flower buds the size of a fingertip. It was unclear how the flower had grown so rapidly under Bai Xiaochun's efforts. And the broken leaves on the moonlight flower now had several small ice-like fragments. This sight further excited Bai Xiaochun, especially when he saw that the roots of this moonflower tree had now spread out over 500 feet. The smile on his face became even brighter. He took out more and more elixirs from his storage bag. Regarding the impact of cultivating the flower on the northern region, if it were in the Reverse River sect or the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect, Bai Xiaochun might still be worried. But in this northern region, he felt no pressure whatsoever. He only remembered one thing. I do not violate the 4 chapters of the covenant. Bai Xiaochun spoke with righteous indignation, continuously crushing pills and feeding them to the moonflower. When focused, time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This moonflower had grown to a level that would terrify even Bai Xiaochun. His room was completely occupied by this moonflower. Looking at the enormous moonflower before him, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. He vaguely felt that this flower seemed to be acting somewhat unusually under his care. What surprised Bai Xiaochun even more was that he could sense a trace of consciousness on this flower, a feeling of closeness to him. Especially when Bai Xiaochun reached out and touched it, the flower would tremble slightly, as if very comfortable. This made Bai Xiaochun's eyes light up instantly. Consciousness, listen to me. You can't grow anymore. Otherwise, this room won't be able to contain you anymore. I'm not comfortable in this northern region either. I can only restrict your growth. Once you break through this room, both of us will be in trouble. Bai Xiaochun looked at the moonflower and said seriously. Then he took out a number of pills and threw them. Now he didn't need to crush the pills anymore. As soon as a complete pill was thrown, it was immediately wrapped by the leaves of the moonflower and absorbed in an instant. As if understanding Bai Xiaochun's words, the moonflower tree in the room did not continue to grow in the following period. However, its roots spread wildly in a short time. Now it has spread across the Cloud Sect's territory. Moreover, this moonflower tree is not from the Tongsheng world. It has its own unique characteristics. Its growth, however, is not easily detected by others, as if it possesses a certain method of concealment. However, its growth requires a great deal of cold energy. Therefore, during this time, some Cloud Sect cultivators gradually noticed something unusual. First, the Cloud Sect, which is usually filled with cold energy year-round, has seen a significant reduction in cold energy in the past half-month. In fact, in many places, due to the reduced cold energy, some ice and snow have begun to melt. Next, a strange phenomenon appeared, immediately attracting the attention of the northern heavenly beings. Bai Xiaochun was constantly observing the surroundings. Seeing such a scene, he secretly felt uneasy. He immediately approached the moonflower and quickly spoke. Flower, we don't have much time. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. Even if something unfortunate happens, it won't delay our grand plan. Can you please grow a little faster, transfer all the cold energy into this leaf? As soon as Bai Xiaochun said this, the moonflower trembled violently, emitting a faint consciousness. Bai Xiaochun immediately understood. A look of determination appeared in his eyes. He directly took out many elixirs from his storage bag and threw them out. All the leaves of the moonflower spread out, enveloping the elixirs, and suddenly sucked them in. Instantly, the entire cloud sect ground resounded with another earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the loud explosion, countless green sprouts sprouted on the ground of the cloud sect. These newly appeared green sprouts immediately began frantically absorbing the surrounding cold air, blossoming into tiny, moon-like flowers. At the same time, the cold air around the cloud sect suddenly dropped sharply. The cultivators of the cloud sect continuously saw these moon-like flowers blooming on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Many cried out in astonishment. The cloud sect has vegetation. What kind of flowers are these? My God, I've never heard of this before. The cloud sect in the northern region actually has vegetation growing. Aren't the plants of the northern region supposed to be in their own separate areas? After the astonished cries, even more terrified screams echoed across the cloud sect's grounds. It's so hot. I'm sweating. No, that's not right. The cold energy of our cloud sect. How could it have decreased so much? Heavens, look at that ice mountain. It's melting. As the cold energy drastically decreased across a wide area, the entire cloud sect was instantly melting. Even the enormous iceberg that supported the white clouds, the symbol of the northern region, now seemed to be sweating, with ice shards falling. This scene immediately shook the entire northern region. Yan Lazy and the others quickly flew out. Their expressions were filled with disbelief and astonishment. They rushed straight to the ground of the cloud sect. But as soon as they descended, in an instant, due to the drastic reduction in the range of the cold air, chunks of ice in the cloud sect crumbled with a thunderous roar. This wasn't the worst part. What left everyone speechless was that the ice statue supporting the white clouds on the ground, the thumb in his hand. Somehow, roots could be seen growing inside. As it absorbed the energy, this enormous thumb completely melted, turning into ice, falling from the sky. With a loud bang, the white clouds tilted to one side. All the cultivators above were dumbfounded. The northern heavenly beings had arrived. They all watched the thumb melt and fall into the ice. They were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. I didn't see wrong, did I? The surface of my northern sect, the ice statue of the war god of my northern sect, his thumb, is gone, Yan Lazy whispered, looking at Feng Chen beside him, somewhat uncertain, his voice trembling. The ground of Yunzhong exploded with a loud bang. Ice mountains everywhere collapsed. A massive amount of ice and water fell from within the cloud layer to the ground. All the disciples of the northern branch above gasped for breath. Many, after flying out, saw the statue of the god of war missing its thumb, and their mouths dropped open in astonishment. After a brief moment of silence, even louder and more intense noises erupted. How could this happen? What kind of plant is this? My God, what's going on in our northern region? In such a short time, so many things have happened. First the illusionary wisdom pill, then the war god statue lost a finger. Cries of astonishment and fear continuously echoed throughout the area. Yan Lazy and Feng Chen's bodies trembled, their expressions changing drastically. Madness flickered in their eyes. They were unable to suppress their overwhelming rage. Bai Xiaochun, it must be you, Bai Xiaochun. Earth-shattering roars of anger resounded. Yan Lazy and the other heavenly beings beside him were completely enraged. Amidst the roars, they charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun's room, rushing in. Not only them, but the cloud sect cultivators surrounding them, after hearing the furious roars of the heavenly beings, each showed a ferocious look in their eyes. They all simultaneously looked towards Bai Xiaochun's location. Damn it, it must be Bai Xiaochun who did this. This is a disaster. Not only has he caused harm to our cloud sect disciples, but he's also harmed our cloud sect's war god statue. Kill Bai Xiaochun, everyone in the area roared loudly. As the heavenly beings rushed forward, Bai Xiaochun, inside his room, felt a surge of anxiety. He watched the moonflower before him absorbing the cold air from the outside at an astonishing rate. This cold air immediately surged into the leaf he had grafted onto it, causing nearly 70% of the leaf to instantly turn into ice. It's conceivable that, given enough time, Bai Xiaochun could quickly fulfill the little girl's request, turning this leaf into a complete ice leaf. But now it was too late. The howling sounds outside made Bai Xiaochun's heart tremble uncontrollably. He plucked the leaf from the plant and put it away, simultaneously sending a mental message to the moonflower. Quickly transform back into a seed. Without Bai Xiaochun needing to speak, the moonflower sensed the imminent danger. In an instant, all its roots withered. The flower wilted, the branches dried up, as if all its life force had been concentrated, forming a seed much larger than before. Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to examine it, immediately putting the seed back into his storage bag. The moment he finished all this, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted outside his room. Boom! Bai Xiaochun's room was instantly shattered by a powerful, ferocious force. As the room was torn into pieces, Bai Xiaochun retreated with some difficulty. After quickly dodging, he saw countless Cloud Sect disciples all around him, radiating murderous intent, along with Yan Lezi and Feng Chen. Their eyes were like those of a bloodthirsty madman, wanting to devour him alive. Bai Xiaochun, you're courting death? Yan Lezi roared madly. After Bai Xiaochun's room collapsed, he also saw the huge hole in the ground and the withered moonflowers all around. Regarding the sale of the illusionary wisdom pill, I didn't kill you, yet you dare to touch the foundation of my northern lineage. Bai Xiaochun, you will definitely die today. Feng Chen was furious, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. In an instant, he directly charged towards Bai Xiaochun. As soon as he made his move, it was a divine ability, like his ultimate killer move. Amidst the loud explosion, Bai Xiaochun's aura surged. He quickly dodged backward. He was also filled with indignation and anger, shouting loudly, Northern Branch, are you trying to betray the Tongshan continent? Since I arrived here, you've always targeted me. Originally, it was just a 3-chapter agreement, and I tolerated it. But after I sold the pills, you made a 4-chapter agreement. Now I'm just planting flowers and plants. What have I done to violate any of those agreements? Bai Xiaochun shouted, his voice filled with righteous indignation and madness. At this moment, he was willing to pay any price. He was truly fed up with the Northern Branch. If you want to attack me, there's no need to look for excuses. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation level surged. His enormous face appeared in the sky, his aura erupting completely. Yan Lezi and Feng Chen were both troubled. The two of them were filled with unspeakable anguish. They simply felt that Bai Xiaochun was incredibly difficult to deal with, especially Feng Chen. He felt that his previous 3-chapter agreement was completely self-destructive. In truth, he had never imagined that Bai Xiaochun's ability to cause trouble could be so easily suppressed by a 3-chapter agreement. In fact, under the 3-chapter agreement, he possessed even more astonishing destructive power. What troubled them most was Bai Xiaochun's sharp tongue and special status. They couldn't kill him, yet not killing him would only exacerbate their resentment. This made these northern heavenly beings feel just as wrong as Bai Xiaochun. They even regretted their actions. If they had known this earlier, they wouldn't have let Bai Xiaochun stay. They should have made him leave quickly instead. Not only were these heavenly beings feeling dejected, but the Cloud Sect disciples surrounding them were also glaring angrily at Bai Xiaochun, yet inwardly lamenting. They had clearly experienced Bai Xiaochun's troublesome nature and potential for causing trouble. It's all because of ancestor Feng Chen. He's from the Thunder Sect, so limiting Bai Xiaochun to the Cloud Sect is ill-intentioned. That's right, let Bai Xiaochun go to his Thunder Sect, leaving our Cloud Sect alone. Our God of War has already lost a thumb. Every Cloud Sect cultivator was filled with sorrow. The law doesn't punish the masses. Such voices, at this moment, were freely and unreservedly voiced. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen's expression instantly turned extremely grim. His hatred for Bai Xiaochun intensified. Seeing the situation spiraling into a stalemate, even the Northern Branch demigod inside the glass coffin witnessed everything. He sighed, rubbing his temples. He felt a constant headache dealing with Bai Xiaochun. Time and again, Bai Xiaochun's words seemed to be justified. He truly hadn't broken his promise, and I shouldn't have made any promise to him. Continuing like this isn't a solution. Bai Xiaochun might even cause a bigger storm. The Northern Branch demigod frowned, wanting to tell Bai Xiaochun to leave the Cloud Sect. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, the Northern Branch had already strongly restricted him. To let him leave now would only bring more shame to the Northern Branch. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Northern Branch demigod. This time, he didn't descend to the Cloud Sect, but instead issued his decree. From now on, the 5-chapter agreement forbids planting flowers, growing grass, raising beasts, raising demons, refining weapons, and refining elixirs in our 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect. Planting all kinds, raising all kinds, refining all kinds are forbidden. This voice resounded like thunder, exploding throughout the entire sect. The Cloud sect cultivators and the Northern Branch heavenly beings no longer felt the same shock as the first time. Now, everyone felt uneasy. They could imagine that before long, there might be 6-chapter, 7-chapter agreements. And each time, it would be Bai Xiaochun finding a breakthrough point before they would return to their blockade. If things continue like this, in everyone's premonition, it's likely that before long, it won't be Bai Xiaochun himself who kills himself, but rather the entire northern region that he will completely destroy. The people of the Northern Branch were somewhat dissatisfied with the DEFIED's decree. Bai Xiaochun was also dissatisfied. He felt that the Northern Branch was being too unreasonable. This time, they had added another condition to his demands. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth fiercely. This time, he was truly going all out. He raised his head, intending to speak, hoping to appease the demigod while he was still annoyed, so that he could leave the Northern Branch. But at this moment, the DEFIED's second decree, like divine power, thundered down. Guard Bai Xiaochun of the Tongchen sect. Although you did not violate the agreement, you destroyed the foundation of the Cloud sect. This crime may be punishable by death, but your life is unforgivable. Imprison you in the Thunder prison of the Thunder sect, restricting all your freedom until the Tongchen envoy leaves. If there is any resistance, kill without trial. The decree is repeated throughout the sect. Bai Xiaochun, impatient, hastily shouted. But as soon as his shout was heard, a powerful force erupted from within the glass coffin, transforming into a gigantic lightning hand. Ignoring Bai Xiaochun's willingness, it grabbed him and directly dragged him into a dark cloud of endless lightning, supported by a statue. The moment the giant hand disappeared, Bai Xiaochun's figure vanished as well. Yan Lezi and the others, witnessing this scene, were instantly overjoyed. Feng Chen's eyes also lit up. Not to mention the Cloud sect disciples, upon hearing the DEFIED's decision and seeing Bai Xiaochun's fate, their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. Finally, he's gone. The Thunder prison of the Thunder sect, even a half-god cultivator would suffer extreme torture inside, constantly attacked by heavenly lightning. This is what Bai Xiaochun brought upon himself. It should have been like this. Yan Zong cheered. Yan Lezi and Fen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the black thunder clouds, a cold smile appeared on their lips. Even if you have the ability to overturn the heavens, you must bow your head in my northern lineage. A mocking, yet somewhat relieved, look appeared in Yan Lezi's eyes. At the same time, inside the glass coffin, the half-god of the northern lineage's eyebrows relaxed. He glanced at the dark clouds of the Thunder sect, thinking that handling it this way would at the same time prevent the northern lineage's prestige from falling. On the other hand, he didn't believe Bai Xiaochun could cause any more trouble inside the Thunder prison. After all, this northern lineage's Thunder prison had already held many serious criminals in the past. Currently, although most of the interior is empty, even a demigod would likely suffer greatly inside, let alone a celestial being. Now it can be peaceful. The demigod ancestor closed his eyes. In the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, two colossal statues raised their hands. One was the White Cloud sect, the other the Black Thunder sect. At this moment, occasional flashes of lightning pierced through the dark clouds of the Thunder sect. Deep within the mist, the agonizing cries of Bai Xiaochun could be heard. I hate the Northern sect. The cries were filled with pain and intense resentment. But no matter how much Bai Xiaochun screamed, his cries couldn't be heard. He had been imprisoned in this Thunder prison for 3 days. Within 3 days, Bai Xiaochun was in despair. Deep within the dark clouds, countless restrictions surrounded him. These restrictions sealed off all 8 directions, limiting his range of movement and survival to approximately 10 meters. As soon as he left this 10-meter radius, countless lightning bolts would strike from all directions. These lightning bolts were terrifying, each about the size of an arm, imbued with indestructive intent. Bai Xiaochun's face turned pale. This is outrageous. Trembling, Bai Xiaochun sat inside the lightning prison, watching the occasional lightning bolts roar through the dark clouds. Inside, his cries for help went unheard. In this desperate situation, Bai Xiaochun felt that this was the unluckiest moment of his life. This is truly outrageous. The 3-chapter covenant, the 4-chapter covenant, the 5-chapter covenant. Not only did they do that, but they also imprisoned me. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was going crazy. He tried many methods, but all were useless. He was trapped in a place where he couldn't leave. What frustrated him was that every few hours, a large number of lightning bolts would roar from all directions, directly piercing through the Tenjiang barrier and relentlessly attacking him. These lightning bolts were numerous and terrifying. Bai Xiaochun could only try to counter them by spreading his cultivation. But inside this lightning prison, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was cut off. Bai Xiaochun realized that before long, when his spiritual energy ran out, he would be unable to stop the lightning bolts. What should I do? Bai Xiaochun frowned, his expression becoming increasingly frustrated. Finally, he sighed. He could only hope that Du Lingfei would quickly complete her mission so he could leave this place as soon as possible. Northern lineage, I remember you all. Just wait for me. After I become a demigod, I will definitely take revenge. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and shouted loudly in all directions. But as soon as his roar was uttered, a mocking laugh came from within the dark clouds. Become a demigod. Even if you become a demigod, you won't get revenge. Bai Xiaochun was startled and looked around. He had been here for 3 days. Although his divine sense was restricted, his sharpness remained as before. He had never detected that there were other people beside him. At this moment, in his vigilance, following Bai Xiaochun's gaze, the clouds still swirled everywhere. After slowly dissipating, they revealed where Bai Xiaochun was standing, an area of about 100 feet. On all 4 sides, a wave of restrictive energy surged, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Simultaneously, a large number of lightning bolts flashed within the Tenjiang radius, occasionally piercing through the area. A thin figure sat cross-legged there. From the silhouette, it was clear to be an old man, his clothes tattered, his body emaciated, almost skin and bones. Even his breath was weak. Each time a lightning bolt pierced his body, he would tremble, but his expression remained unchanged. Clearly, he had suffered prolonged torment. Although he couldn't escape the physical pain, his consciousness had long since become accustomed to the agony of lightning tearing at his flesh. At this moment, he raised his right hand. With a flick of his arm, it seemed that even the Tenjiang restriction couldn't stop his will. He could easily control the swirling mist all around him. Following Bai Xiaochun's gaze, the old man slowly raised his head. His eyes were like lightning. Bai Xiaochun only glanced at him briefly, but his eyes immediately ached, and he gasped. Little fellow, I'm a demigod, and wasn't I also suppressed here? So if you want to swear an oath, I advise you to set a higher goal for yourself. For example, becoming a heavenly venerate. The old man smirked. Under the lightning, a set of golden teeth was revealed. Combined with his gloomy eyes, it made Bai Xiaochun's heart tremble. I've been suppressed here for too many years. Everyone who comes here is suppressed. Even today, not many remain. Besides, it's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer. Come here, come here. Little fellow, do you know how to dance? Show me some beautiful dance moves to cheer me up. If I'm in a good mood, I might even impart some secret techniques to you, which could lessen the suffering you endure here from the lightning tearing at your body. A sinister glint appeared in the old man's eyes as he scrutinized Bai Xiaochun from head to toe. His laughter carried a terrifying and eerie majesty. At first, Bai Xiaochun was startled, but now he recovered, realizing that this man, like himself, was imprisoned here. His courage grew, and he glared back. Shut up, old man. Your Bai family has been through prisons before. I've dealt with countless criminals like you. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, tilting his chin up. I prefer a stubborn little horse like you. Haha, remember, this prison once held a little horse 3,000 years ago. Unfortunately, in just 1 month, he was crying and wailing before me, struggling just to get me to teach him some secret techniques. I'll wait for you. The old man chuckled. Obviously, Bai Xiaochun's arrival had brought a new vibrancy to his life. Bai Xiaochun, however, felt a pang of sadness. The old man's gaze and laughter filled him with disgust. After glaring at him a few times, he ignored him. He sat there, thinking that perhaps he didn't need to wait for Du Lingfei to complete his mission. As long as Du Lingfei returned, he might find a way to leave this place. Time passed. After a long while, suddenly, the lightning bolts all around within the mist increased in number. They roared and rushed towards him from all directions, like a lightning storm. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. He experienced such lightning storms every day. At this moment, his cultivation instantly surged, forming a protective barrier in an instant. Countless lightning bolts, piercing through the barrier, roared and rushed towards him. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation spread out, using all his strength to block them. He looked at the countless lightning bolts surrounding him, terrified. These lightning bolts contained immense destructive power. One bolt might not seem like much, but Bai Xiaochun estimated that there were at least over 100,000 around him. This made his scalp tingle. Not only was he receiving the lightning's force, but the old man beside him was also suffering. His body trembled within the lightning, but his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he glared at Bai Xiaochun with ill intent. You still have spiritual power now. You can try to resist. The only catch is that after 10 days, your spiritual power will be gone. Then you'll know what it feels like. The power of these lightning bolts at the beginning is nothing. But after accumulating and forming into a torment, it can be said to be an extreme torture of heaven and earth. The old man's whole body trembled, but his voice showed no tremor at all, slowly echoing. Do you know what I like to hear most? What I like to hear most is the agonizing screams of others under these lightning bolts. After closing their eyes, that sound is incredibly wonderful. The old man licked his lips. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun, the sinister light in his eyes intensified. Bai Xiaochun had no mood to pay attention to the old man. He watched in horror as the lightning bolts around him continued to slowly disappear for half an hour. His spiritual power had also been significantly depleted. Currently, the remaining strength is less than 70%. This made Bai Xiaochun's expression somewhat grim. This can't go on like this. Bai Xiaochun's face was gloomy as he watched the lightning flashes all around him within the mist. He pondered and considered a solution. In truth, according to his calculations, he would truly run out of spiritual power in a maximum of 10 days. Although he was confident in his physical strength, if even the demigod beside him was in such a miserable state, Bai Xiaochun now lacked the confidence and certainty to compare himself to them. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed quickly. During these 5 days, every time the storm and lightning struck, Bai Xiaochun's spiritual power was depleted. The old man's voice continued to ramble on incessantly. This caused Bai Xiaochun considerable distress. On the 6th day, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, bloodshot eyes. He stared intently at the lightning bolts flashing outside, his breathing becoming rapid. He considered many solutions, but dismissed them all. At this moment, only one path remained in his mind. I remember back on the Tongshan Sea, when senior brother was undergoing his tribulation. I swallowed the tribulation cloud. It was filled with lightning bolts. Within these lightning bolts, besides containing destructive power, there was also life force. And the reason for this is probably because my disciple is helping me. I wonder if he can continue to help me here. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a long time. Finally, the storm of lightning once again surged from all sides. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Let's try it. Bai Xiaochun suddenly stood up, watching the storm of lightning and thunder rushing towards him from all sides. Although his cultivation was dispersed, he wasn't fully defending himself as before. Amidst the loud explosions, over 100,000 lightning bolts formed a storm, directly piercing through the restrictions and appearing around Bai Xiaochun. Seeing these lightning bolts about to engulf him, Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, suddenly opening his mouth and forcefully sucking in the lightning bolts in front of him. The old man witnessed this scene. He was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. Another one trying to swallow lightning bolts? Isn't that just seeking death? Even I, who called myself the ancestor of the Li clan, a half-god rogue cultivator from the northern region, didn't dare swallow these destructive lightning bolts, and was trapped here for so many years. I've seen it before. The old man's laughter had barely begun when, in the blink of an eye, his body suddenly trembled violently, his eyes nearly popping out. Your grandmother, you, what kind of thing are you? Even Lei Zhu, amidst this storm of lightning, nearly jumped up in shock. His face was filled with disbelief and terror. He pointed at Bai Xiaochun and exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, as Bai Xiaochun took a breath, more than 10 lightning bolts were instantly sucked into his mouth. This was something he had managed to do with extreme caution. After sucking them in, he immediately unleashed his cultivation, using all his strength to block the other lightning bolts from attacking. As the lightning bolts were swallowed by Bai Xiaochun, in his excitement, he immediately discovered that they could dissipate within his body, transforming into astonishing heaven and earth power, directly flowing through his meridians. More than 10 lightning bolts, finally comparable to more than 10 days of his cultivation. Bai Xiaochun's eyes instantly lit up, his breath filled with intense excitement. When he looked at the lightning bolts all around him, he no longer felt the fear he had before, but rather fiery enthusiasm. It really works. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation spread out in all directions, and he took another breath. This time, with one breath, he directly absorbed over 100 lightning bolts, causing a loud explosion. From afar, the lightning bolts looked like dragons of light, and with a roaring sound, they were directly swallowed by Bai Xiaochun. His face instantly flushed, and cracking sounds finally came from within his body. The spiritual power, comparable to more than 100 days of cultivation, instantly exploded within him. Amidst the deafening explosion, the sheer power of the explosion caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to race. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately began cultivating the sun and moon eternal sky technique. Within his body, a crescent moon rapidly formed. His cultivation aura, in that instant, was noticeably stronger than before. The old man witnessed all of this firsthand, completely stunned. This was beyond his imagination. He was a demigod born in the northern region. At his peak, he called himself the Thunder Ancestor, possessing profound mastery over lightning. Even so, he dared not devour lightning. He knew that the lightning in the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect was extraordinary. It was a projection of the will of heaven and earth, containing destructive power capable of shaking the heavens and earth. But today, a living example of this was laid bare before him. This caused the old man's breathing to become erratic, his head reeling uncontrollably. Could it be that I was mistaken? This lightning, can it devour? The old man, imprisoned for too long and with his thoughts overturned, was now in a state of utter confusion. He even managed to open his mouth and try to inhale a little of the lightning surrounding him. Suddenly, 10 bolts of lightning roared towards him, and he directly absorbed them. Afterward, the old man's eyes nearly popped out. He let out a mournful, agonizing scream. His body trembled violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. It took him a long time to recover. When he looked at Bai Xiaochun again, his eyes were filled with resentment. He saw Bai Xiaochun devouring lightning for the third time. This third time, Bai Xiaochun swallowed hundreds of lightning bolts in one breath. He displayed an expression of ecstatic absorption. This stark contrast caused the old man to feel a surge of overwhelming emotions and a strong sense of injustice. At this moment, he felt like going mad. How could this be? It can't be. I'm a demigod. Back then, I was the Thunder Ancestor. As the old man went berserk, the storm of lightning slowly dissipated. Having absorbed hundreds of lightning bolts, Bai Xiaochun felt that the first level of the sun and moon eternal sky technique in his body was now more than half complete. In his excitement, he licked his lips. He felt a surge of anticipation for the next storm of lightning. This Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect isn't so bad to me, imprisoning me in such a place. For others, this place is torture. But for me, this is my blessed land. Bai Xiaochun became increasingly excited as he thought about it. He stood up, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun was indeed unharmed and his cultivation had even increased, the old man's mind was violently shaken. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly shouted, "Little brother!" Bai Xiaochun glared, his eyebrows raised, and tilted his head to look at the old man. "Old monkey, what's wrong?" Hearing himself called an old monkey, Lei Su's face twitched. He knew this was revenge for him calling him a little horse earlier. "Little brother, how did you do that just now?" Lei Su took a deep breath, trying his best to appear amiable. He completely ignored being called an old monkey. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He stared at Bai Xiaochun. In truth, he had been imprisoned here for too long. He had seen too many people killed by lightning, and many others who died from swallowing lightning. Many others who couldn't bear the torment committed suicide. But today was the first time he had seen someone here who not only remained unharmed but whose cultivation had actually improved. "Old monkey, do you know how to dance? Dance a beautiful dance to cheer me up a bit. If I'm pleased, I might even teach you some secret techniques that can lessen the suffering you endure here when the lightning tears at your body," Bai Xiaochun said arrogantly, waving his sleeve. You! Hearing this, Lei Zhu's eyes widened in anger. He was a demigod. Even though he was imprisoned here and deprived of his freedom, his dignity remained. Even if a demigod from the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect came and saw him, they couldn't possibly humiliate him like this. Seeing the old man glaring, Bai Xiaoqun glared back. Lei Zhu's face turned ugly, veins slowly appearing on his forehead. His eyes also became deep and somber. After staring at Bai Xiaoqun for a moment, he suddenly stood up. Although his spiritual power was depleted, the demigod's oppressive aura remained intense, erupting in all directions. The mists in all 8 directions were affected. These mists continuously swirled and dispersed in all directions. Bai Xiaoqun was startled and took a few steps back. At this moment, the old man finally took a deep breath. His body slowly twisted and turned. Although his body was thin and gaunt, there was a certain rhythm within him, and he even had a graceful posture. Such a scene made Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widen in astonishment, almost choking. You actually danced. Bai Xiaoqun only glanced at him briefly, but felt overwhelmed. He quickly retreated and said with a wry smile. Lei Zhu ignored Bai Xiaoqun, and after rotating his hand for a while, he returned to normal. He glanced at Bai Xiaoqun, his expression arrogant, and said nonchalantly, "What's this? I've been imprisoned here for too long. I had to find a way to relieve my boredom. There's no need for dancing 3 turns to the left, 3 turns to the right. The neck twists, the hips sway. Isn't that enough?" Hearing the other party speak so eloquently and logically, a look of admiration slowly appeared in Bai Xiaoqun's eyes. He felt that this old man was a genius. If it were anyone else, after being imprisoned for so many years, they would have surely gone mad. But he not only didn't go mad, but even found such a way to relieve boredom. "Senior, just for this dance of yours, after I escape this predicament, I will definitely give you some pills." Bai Xiaoqun took a deep breath and said seriously, "All right, no need for such nonsense. You even called me old monkey. You told me to dance, and I did. Now you should tell me how you swallowed the lightning, shouldn't you?" A light shone in Lei Zhu's eyes, looking back with anticipation. Seeing how much effort this old man had put into understanding this matter, Bai Xiaoqun was impressed. He also told him part of the truth. However, he didn't tell the old man about Bai Hao's speculation. He only said that he himself had swallowed the heavenly tribulation years ago and had sensed the life force hidden within the lightning tribulation, which was why he had tried it earlier. The old man didn't believe this, but no matter how much he questioned him, he couldn't get any more information. The old man was a little angry and squatted there, thinking for a long time. Seeing another gust of wind and lightning approaching, Bai Xiaoqun's face lit up with excitement as he continued to absorb and cultivate. The envy in his heart grew even stronger. 10 days later, Bai Xiaoqun absorbed more and more lightning. His sun and moon long sky technique had reached the first level of great perfection. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level. Lei Zhu couldn't help but glance at Bai Xiaoqun again. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Then, he suddenly spoke. "Little brother, you see, our meeting here is quite a coincidence. You're trapped here, and I can sense your hatred for the northern region. I hate it too. We are allies. Tell me the method of absorption. After I escape this predicament, I will help you deal with the northern region. What do you think?" Bai Xiaoqun glanced at the old man, but ignored him, continuing to devour the lightning, feeling his cultivation level increase. At the same time, he was also fully focused on breaking through the 1st level of the sun and moon eternal sky technique. According to his calculations, with a few more lightning storms, he could break through the 1st level of the sun and moon eternal sky technique and enter the 2nd level. Seeing that Bai Xiaoqun ignored him, Lei Zhu was flustered. After a moment, he gritted his teeth fiercely, as if making a firm decision, and said loudly, "Brother, I have a set of earth-shattering divine techniques. How about we exchange them?" Seeing that Bai Xiaoqun didn't even look at him this time, Lei Zhu became even more anxious. "My divine technique is very powerful. It's the 100 transformations of the Cloud Thunder ancestor. The Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect also has this secret technique, but it's incomplete. Cultivating it will lead to soul fragmentation. I have the complete set of divine techniques, with immense power." The moment his voice rang out, even Bai Xiaoqun, who was absorbing lightning, was startled and looked at the old man. What divine technique did you just say? The 100 Transformations of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat dumbfounded. He knew this divine ability and had even personally countered it. This was Yan Leizi's ultimate attack, especially after Yan Leizi's twin fusion, revealing the 8th transformation of the Yan Lei human ancestor, causing Bai Xiaochun's immortal emperor fist to shatter for the first time. That scene was still fresh in Bai Xiaochun's mind. He even cherished this technique in his heart. Unfortunately, this was a secret technique of the northern lineage that was not passed on. Even among the northern lineage cultivators, those who had the qualifications to access it could be counted on one hand. And now, this old man imprisoned here was talking about this technique, especially the 3 words 100 transformations, which made Bai Xiaochun gasp, his eyes widening in surprise. Old monkey, who are you trying to fool? Do you really think I've never encountered this Cloud Thunder Ancestor's divine ability before? The Thunder Ancestor glared, completely unashamed at being exposed. He had intended to make a name for himself to attract Bai Xiaochun's attention. He patted his head and chuckled dryly. I'm this old, my memory isn't very good. I remember now, it's the 11th transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. This time it's definitely the 11th transformation. To prove his words were 100% true, the Thunder Ancestor added a few more sentences. In it, the 9th transformation is when a cultivator condenses the ancestor's Dharma form. After merging, they become the ancestor. The 10th transformation is transforming one's left eye into a bright moon. As for the final 11th transformation, it's even more earth-shattering. It's transforming the right eye into the sun. It's called the 11th transformation, but the last 2 transformations are incredibly powerful. Once one cultivates any transformation, they can instantly increase the power of at least 3 transformations. If they can cultivate all of them, then the 11 transformations will become the 17 transformations. Hearing this, Bai Xiaochun was slightly startled, his heart rate involuntarily increasing. Back then, the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect coveted this cultivation method of mine, using despicable means to steal the first 9 transformations. But they never obtained the last 2. That's why they imprisoned me here. Wasn't it all for the last 2 transformations? Seeing Bai Xiaochun seemingly tempted, Lei Zhu quickly boasted a few more words. Whether his words were true or false, only he knew. Bai Xiaochun didn't believe the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect imprisoned him solely for the last 2 transformations. There were many other ways to obtain them. For example, they could prepare a cultivator in a state similar to Bai Xiaochun's current and trick him into giving them the last 2 transformations. But what still stirred his heart, what made his heart race, was the 11 transformations mentioned by Lei Zhu. Transforming the left eye into a bright moon. I cultivate the sun and moon sky shattering technique, but it's incomplete. Only the moon technique remains. After the next 3 layers, achieving great perfection, I can advance my cultivation from the early stage of heavenly human to the middle stage. However, this technique lacks a sequel, and this 11 transformations of the human ancestor is related to the moon. Perhaps I can merge them together. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun became even more tempted. He didn't care whether he would ultimately succeed or not. He felt that at least he could give it a try. However, Bai Xiaochun couldn't reveal his inner thoughts. Most importantly, in Bai Xiaochun's perception, the old monkey beside him, although imprisoned here for a long time and somewhat mentally unstable, was still a half-god expert. To obtain the cultivation technique from him, one would naturally have to pay a huge price. Moreover, with a little carelessness, the technique might have problems, and with his current cultivation level, he might not even be able to discern the clues. As for this lightning devouring method, Bai Xiaochun himself didn't know what kind of technique it was, so how could he give it to the other party? I must guide this old monkey not to use the technique, but only the power of heaven and earth. Bai Xiaochun seemed to be thinking of something. He couldn't give him the lightning devouring method. But if this lightning truly circulated within his body and then transformed into something that the old monkey could absorb the power of heaven and earth, then Bai Xiaochun would have a much better chance of obtaining the cultivation technique. However, first, he needed to change the structure of the lightning. Therefore, he maintained a serious expression, still ignoring Lei Zhu. He closed his eyes and continued to devour the lightning all around him, secretly testing the waters. Lei Zhu waited for half a day, seeing that Bai Xiaochun showed no interest, and felt conflicted. Then, another 7 or 8 days passed, and Bai Xiaochun continued his cultivation. His aura increased at an astonishing speed. The countless lightning bolts in this lightning prison were the best and most essential nourishment for his cultivation. In just 7 or 8 days, the number of lightning bolts he absorbed had reached over 10,000. This was equivalent to half a century of seclusion. This cultivation speed, even Bai Xiaochun himself found astonishing and unreal. Could this nine heavens clad thunder sect really be my destined place? Bai Xiaochun's mind wavered as he sensed his cultivation level. After absorbing these lightning bolts, he had long since broken through the first level of the sun and moon long sky technique. He was even very close to achieving the second level, nearing complete mastery. If I continue calculating like this, another half month, I can break through the second level, enter the peak of the early stage of the heavenly human realm, and reach the third level of the sun and moon eternal sky technique. Bai Xiaochun was excited. At this moment, even if the northern branch demigod wanted to release him, he would find a way to keep himself imprisoned here again. Furthermore, I can break through the third level of the sun and moon eternal sky technique here, causing my cultivation to advance from the early stage of the heavenly human realm to the middle stage of the heavenly human realm. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun felt his blood flow increase significantly, and his breathing became extremely agitated. If I can reach the middle stage of the heavenly human realm, what's Yan Lazy compared to me? What's Feng Chen compared to me? With the 5 great heavenly humans of the northern branch attacking together, Bai Xiaochun won't be afraid. A glint of light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. This wonderful fantasy appeared in his mind. His gaze, fixed on the lightning bolts all around him, was filled with a frenzied fascination. At the same time, over these 7 or 8 days, Bai Xiaochun had repeatedly tried to absorb the lightning bolts, dissipating their destructive aura and leaving only the power of heaven and earth. Although he could only succeed once out of 10 lightning bolts, and the power contained within them wasn't immense, he had finally managed to do it. Little brother, while Bai Xiaochun was in a state of excitement, Lei Zhu, imprisoned not far away, had been brooding for 7 or 8 days. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. In truth, he had witnessed Bai Xiaochun absorbing the lightning bolts with his own eyes, seeing Bai Xiaochun's aura grow stronger and stronger, and he was filled with extreme admiration. This feeling was like an itch in his heart, driving him almost mad. Little brother, listen to me. How about we exchange cultivation techniques? You teach me the lightning swallowing method, and I'll teach you this Clad Thunder Ancestors 11 transformations. Not interested. Bai Xiaochun didn't even lift his head, his eyelids didn't twitch, and he continued to swallow the lightning. This is my secret technique, not passed down. There are few in the entire Tongshan continent that can compare to it. Lei Zhu became even more impatient, hastily saying, I said I'm not interested. Can you be quiet for a moment? Don't even think about the lightning swallowing method. It's impossible. Bai Xiaochun frowned, impatiently opening his mouth. Then, he continued to devour the lightning. Lei Zhu was cursing inwardly. He made up his mind to tamper with his own cultivation technique. He would definitely make sure that this person, without anyone noticing, cultivated to a certain level, resulting in an irreversible physical splitting. But outwardly, he could only force a smile. His thoughts quickly shifted. He realized that it wasn't that the other party wasn't interested in his cultivation technique, but rather that they highly valued the lightning devouring method and were incapable of exchanging it. And he truly had nothing to offer in exchange. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Lei Zhu spoke again. I don't need the lightning devouring method anymore. Can you give me some of the heaven and earth power contained within this lightning? I'll exchange it for a cultivation technique. Bai Xiaochun was instantly tempted, but outwardly, he pretended to be uninterested, completely indifferent. Only after Lei Zhu rambled on for a few more sentences did Bai Xiaochun finally look up. He casually waved his right hand. Instantly, a bolt of lightning was sucked into his mouth, circulating within his body before dissipating its destructive intent. Following his right hand, it directly soared upwards. Although I'm interested in your divine ability, I don't have time to cultivate it. Aren't you capable of absorbing lightning? I'll give you one. "Shut up, be quiet, don't disturb me." Bai Xiaochun glanced arrogantly, as if bestowing a favor, and couldn't help but speak. Boom! A loud sound echoed. This bolt of lightning pierced through the barrier and suddenly appeared before Lei Zhu. Lei Zhu was stunned. He couldn't believe that after all his efforts to exchange for the power of heaven and earth, the other party would casually throw him something like this. He didn't even want his divine ability, just to tell him not to bother him. But Lei Zhu didn't have time to think much. His eyesight immediately detected the abnormality of this lightning bolt. He took a strong pull. Instantly, the lightning bolt was absorbed into his body. In an instant, cracking sounds emanated from Lei Zhu's body. His withered body finally emitted a faint, brilliant light. Although the power of heaven and earth contained within this lightning bolt was minimal for Lei Zhu, who hadn't experienced a feeling of heaven and earth power flowing within his body for 10,000 years, this spiritual power was too amazing, causing him to tremble with excitement. "Little brother, can you please not disturb me?" Bai Xiaochun feigned anger, looked up, and then threw out another absorbed lightning bolt. Lei Zhu immediately fell silent, afraid of angering Bai Xiaochun, and quickly absorbed it. This time, he was even more excited, staring at Bai Xiaochun, silently waiting. But he waited for 5 days, and Bai Xiaochun completely ignored him, making Lei Zhu impatient. If he hadn't possessed the power of heaven and earth, although he admired it, he could have controlled himself a little. But now, after experiencing the sweetness and feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his body, his desire to obtain the power of heaven and earth was much more intense than before. Lei Zhu cautiously opened his mouth. As soon as he spoke, Bai Xiaochun reluctantly opened his eyes and threw another lightning bolt. Time passed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. In this way, Bai Xiaochun had given Lei Zhu 8 lightning bolts. During these instances, Lei Zhu's desire had reached its limit. He sighed inwardly. The divine ability he considered a treasure, in the eyes of the other party, was probably not very interesting. Otherwise, why would the other party not ask a single question, just to keep himself quiet, and then unleash 8 lightning bolts? This kind of arrogant and boastful attitude made Lei Zhu feel like a beggar compared to him. Bai Xiaochun had been here for half a month. During this time, he had broken through the 2nd level of the sun and moon sky changing technique, entering the 3rd level. His aura was stronger. At the same time, he also began to consider Lei Zhu's 11 transformations of the Cloud Thunder human ancestor. Therefore, one day, after unleashing another lightning bolt on Lei Zhu, Bai Xiaochun casually asked a question. "Old monkey, you're always boasting about how powerful the Cloud Thunder human ancestor's 100 transformations are. Tell me about the technique." Lei Zhu hesitated. Seeing him like this, Bai Xiaochun's expression immediately showed dissatisfaction and disgust. "Old monkey, every era is different. I'm really not very interested in your cultivation method. It's as if the power of heaven and earth is incredibly precious in your eyes. But to me, it's like losing a single hair from 9 oxen, and yet you're still so stingy. Although my power of heaven and earth is abundant, it seems I still need to cherish it a little." Upon hearing this, Lei Zhu became anxious, sighing bitterly. "You little rascal. Regardless of whether you deliberately created this feeling or not, in short, you win," Lei Zhu sighed. Although he had been trapped here for too long, causing his mind to become somewhat dull, if he hadn't seen through Bai Xiaochun's trick today, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. However, having seen through it, he couldn't avoid it. The heaven and earth spiritual energy he craved was now in the other's hands. Moreover, he felt that even the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect couldn't replicate this method. Most importantly, although the 11th transformation of the Cloud Thunder ancestor was powerful, he knew that the demigod of the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect would absolutely not set such a trap to lure him in just for a cultivation technique. After thinking about it for a while, he felt a little emotional about Bai Xiaochun's actions. After all, he now admired this kind of tactic. It wasn't just about taking his life, but also about taking his mind into account. Especially the way he handled the lightning earlier. It was like fishing, completely trapping him. It could be said that from beginning to end, he was completely under the opponent's control. All of this made the Thunder Ancestor understand. Then he muttered to himself. At the same time, in his eyes as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Well, little fellow, I don't need much of your lightning power. Give me 100 lightning bolts to transform into spiritual beings within my body. That's enough. As for the divine abilities, listen carefully. Lai Zu took a deep breath, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, and he proactively transmitted all the incantations of the Cloud Thunder Ancestors' 11th technique into Bai Xiaochun's mind. This time, he didn't hide anything, completely informing Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, his demigod demeanor was undeniably evident. He didn't seem worried that Bai Xiaochun wouldn't give him 100 lightning bolts. In fact, that was true. For a wealthy man who could casually throw him 8 or 9 lightning bolts, Lai Zu knew one thing: he should be generous. Bai Xiaochun felt a little embarrassed. He felt his skin was still too thin. At this moment, after being exposed, he couldn't help but cough quickly, rapidly memorizing the Cloud Thunder Ancestors' 11 transformations incantation that was echoing in his head. The more he listened, the more excited he became. After completely memorizing it, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes and carefully analyzed it for a moment. When he opened his eyes, there was excitement in them. From what I see, it can be connected to the sun and moon sky shattering technique. Bai Xiaochun was somewhat exhilarated. He immediately gave Lai Zu more than 10 lightning bolts. In total, he gave Lai Zu 50 lightning bolts before stopping. I hope Senior understands that I act cautiously. The remaining ones I will give them to you when I leave. Bai Xiaochun didn't hide his thoughts, looking at Lai Zu and speaking politely. Lai Zu understood Bai Xiaochun's actions. He snorted without speaking, closed his eyes, and transformed the lightning bolts he had absorbed into the power of heaven and earth, slowly condensing a spiritual fruit within his body. Seeing Lai Zu tacitly acknowledge this, Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief. For the next few days, he had to cultivate while also keeping an eye on Lai Zu. At the same time, he had to consider ways to obtain divine abilities, which was very draining. Now that he had finally achieved his goal and reached an agreement with Lai Zu, his heart finally settled down. He began to focus all his efforts on devouring lightning, accelerating his cultivation. Nearly 2 months had passed since he was imprisoned here. The sun and moon long sky technique had continuously broken through, leaping from the 1st to the 3rd level. His cultivation was also steadily increasing. His cultivation was now circulating, his aura powerful, and he was particularly close to the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. If this were to spread outside, it would undoubtedly shock everyone. Unfortunately, even if outsiders knew, they could only envy him, unable to achieve the same cultivation method as Bai Xiaochun. Currently, there are 2 goals. First, to break through the 3rd level of the sun and moon sky technique and truly enter the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. After that, I must cultivate the 11 transformations of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor technique, making it perfectly integrated with the sun and moon sky technique. Bai Xiaochun's heart burned with anticipation. As he felt the sun and moon sky technique in his body condense into a crescent moon with his cultivation, he suddenly raised his head, his divine consciousness surging out, enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, another storm of lightning arrived. Lightning bolts from all directions roared closer. A greedy light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and fiercely inhaled. He used all his strength to inhale. In a flash, lightning bolts from all directions arrived, many of them twisting and turning, as if changing direction, rushing straight into Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Boom! With a single breath, Bai Xiaochun swallowed hundreds more lightning bolts. Under the deafening roar, these lightning bolts all merged into Bai Xiaochun's body, directly exploding and forming a dense force of heaven and earth. This force merged into Bai Xiaochun's crescent moon, causing it to flicker and propel the 3rd level of the sun and moon long sky technique forward, continuously progressing. Come on, more! Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands together, waving them in all directions, and absorbed another burst. Immediately, hundreds more lightning bolts exploded and approached. Very quickly, half an hour passed. The storm of lightning bolts all around slowly began to recede. From beginning to end, although Bai Xiaochun had absorbed a considerable amount, in reality, compared to the endless lightning bolts, it was an insignificant quantity. Seeing the lightning storm about to dissipate, Bai Xiaochun felt a little unwilling. He knew that the next wave would require another 2 hours. It had been like this for 2 months. In Bai Xiaochun's analysis, If he could change this point, his cultivation speed would be even faster. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun suddenly stood up, his hands forming a hand seal. The cultivation power in his body spread out completely, constantly rotating around his body, transforming into a huge vortex. This vortex emitted rumbling sounds, creating an immense gravitational force. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's Tongshan Dharma eye also opened, and he also displayed the gravitational and repulsive force he had researched years ago. Gradually, the lightning bolts in all directions, which were about to dissipate, actually seemed to be attracted. The signs of dissipation seemed to slow down. In the end, half of them were retained by Bai Xiaochun in all directions. In a short time, thunder roared across the sky. Even Lei Zhu, standing beside him, had to open his eyes. Seeing such a scene, even he gasped in shock. "What are you trying to do?" Bai Xiaochun ignored Lei Zhu. His breathing became rapid, his cultivation spreading out. At the same time, he was continuously devouring the lightning bolts all around him. Each time he opened his mouth, hundreds of lightning bolts surged forth. Under this relentless cultivation and devouring, his cultivation level steadily increased. It wasn't until 2 hours later that he had devoured about a fraction of the lightning bolts surrounding Bai Xiaochun. A new storm of lightning erupted. Amidst the explosions, even more lightning bolts appeared in all directions, converging on Bai Xiaochun. Within Bai Xiaochun's devouring power, under the vortex of his cultivation's attraction, after this new lightning storm ended, half of the lightning bolts were forcefully trapped in all directions. From then on, as time passed, the lightning around Bai Xiaochun increased, eventually covering a 10-square-mile area, forming a massive lightning pool. Meanwhile, the Thunder Ancestor had been continuously gasping in shock, desperately deploying his cultivation techniques to forcefully shift his position, moving further away. "This guy's crazy. Is he cultivating here? He's practically walking into a death trap." The Thunder Ancestor gazed at the 10-mile lightning pool, his heart filled with dread. Bai Xiaochun was also apprehensive. But now he had no choice. He had already eliminated the vortex formed by his cultivation, but the lightning pool had already formed. Countless lightning bolts gathered in one place, forming a force that transformed into a natural black hole, attracting lightning bolts at any moment. Going all out. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but feel nervous, looking at these lightning bolts. He gritted his teeth fiercely. "I can't worry about that much. I'll absorb." With a loud roar, Bai Xiaochun frantically devoured them. The power of heaven and earth within his body also surged wildly. But at that moment, while Bai Xiaochun was devouring and absorbing, he also swallowed hundreds of lightning bolts in a single breath. The lightning bolts all around him, due to the convergence of so many lightning bolts, roared towards him as Bai Xiaochun absorbed them. Even if Bai Xiaochun kept his mouth shut, they would still rush straight towards his body. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He hadn't noticed that lightning bolts were descending from more than 10 meters away. Amidst the piercing screams, he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. With a resounding explosion, over 10,000 lightning bolts directly struck him, penetrating his body. Bai Xiaochun let out a pained cry. Even though he could absorb lightning bolts, there were too many of them, causing him to experience the sensation of being torn apart by lightning. This agony brought tears to Bai Xiaochun's eyes. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid the lightning bolts all around him. Even though over 10,000 lightning bolts had just struck him, the power of heaven and earth had erupted, pushing the third level of the sun and moon long sky technique to its peak, almost breaking through. His cultivation level was also incredibly powerful, far exceeding the level of a normal early stage heavenly human, constantly advancing towards the middle stage heavenly human. But this won't do. My life is the most important thing. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled as he quickly retreated. But as soon as he moved slightly, a pulling force formed, shattering the balance of the thunder pool, causing tens of thousands of lightning bolts from all directions to be instantly drawn towards him. Amidst Bai Xiaochun's mournful cries, they directly engulfed him. This time, the lightning bolts merged in overwhelming numbers. In just a moment, while Bai Xiaochun was still screaming, his sun and moon eternal sky technique suddenly broke through. His cultivation level also exploded from the early stage of heavenly human, entering the middle stage of heavenly human. In the distance, Lei Zhu witnessed such a scene, his whole body trembling, his eyes wide, his mouth agape. Is it really a different era, young people now? For the sake of cultivation, they don't even want to live anymore. While Lazy stared in stunned silence, the lightning bolts surrounding Bai Xiaochun slowly subsided. His whole body trembled, smoke rising from his head. His entire body was struck by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, leaving him scorched on the outside and soft on the inside. Fortunately, his cultivation level was no longer at the early stage of the heavenly human realm, but had entered the middle stage of the heavenly human realm. The sun and moon eternal sky technique, which was incomplete, had now reached complete perfection. Inside his left eye, a bright moon suddenly appeared, looking very strange, as if this bright moon could fly out from within his left eye at any moment, causing another moon to appear in the high sky. This astonishing divine ability manifested as an abnormal phenomenon. If anyone were to look at him, they would likely feel as if their mind was being absorbed by his bright moon. But for Bai Xiaochun, at this moment, not only was his body trembling, but his mind was also shaking. If possible, he absolutely did not want to go through such a thing again in exchange for a breakthrough in cultivation. The sight of tens of thousands of lightning bolts rushing towards him just now filled him with fear. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, trembling as he looked around at the 10-mile radius. The lightning bolts were constantly flashing and suddenly exploding, making him completely afraid to move. He was afraid. He was very worried that if he moved even slightly, the lightning bolts from all directions would rush towards him again. In Bai Xiaochun's anxiety, just as he decided to try moving, a new storm of lightning bolts erupted from all directions, rushing towards him. Perhaps because the lightning pool was so large, creating such a strong gravitational pull, this storm of lightning bolts was much more abundant than before, roaring and surging from all directions. Bai Xiaochun merely glanced briefly, then let out a piercing scream. His body quickly retreated. But as he took a step back, lightning bolts from all directions roared and shot straight towards him. No need amidst Bai Xiaochun's desperate cries, Leizu, far away, had already fled. He panted heavily, constantly moving his cage. He didn't even turn around, cursing under his breath. Damn it, they have no sympathy for me, an old man. At my age, I still have to constantly move my cage. Is life easy for me? While Bai Xiaochun was engulfed by the lightning bolts, simultaneously, outside the Nine Heavens-clad Thunder Sect, a commotion occurred. The entire ground of the Thunder Sect's dark clouds suddenly shook, like an earthquake. All the Thunder Sect cultivators on the dark cloud ground immediately felt it. They were all stunned and extremely surprised. Did the ground just shake? How is that possible? We're above the dark clouds. How could the dark clouds be shaken? Do you feel it? These past few days, the lightning strikes in our Thunder Sect seem to have decreased a little. The Thunder Sect cultivators were all baffled. In fact, ever since Bai Xiaochun was imprisoned, the entire Nine Heavens-clad Thunder Sect had experienced a long-awaited period of peace. The Cloud Sect cultivators were calm. Initially, the Thunder Sect was worried. But as time passed, everyone gradually calmed down. The entire Thunder Sect was full of confidence in their Thunder Prison. The Cloud Thunder Sect and its followers were no exception. After once again experiencing the days without Bai Xiaochun, they suddenly felt a sense of awe at this tranquility. It was this very awe that caused the dark clouds above the Thunder Sect to shake, drawing particular attention. Especially after the first tremor, to the utter astonishment of all the Lei Sect cultivators, the dark cloud surrounding Lei Sect experienced a second tremor. This tremor was accompanied by resounding rumbling explosions. Instantly, every Lei Sect cultivator cried out in alarm. A real tremor. Something's wrong. Lightning, look at those lightning bolts. Amidst the cries of astonishment, some noticed that within the dark clouds, the lightning bolts, which had previously been visible to the naked eye, were now noticeably less intense. Many lightning bolts even directly penetrated deep into the dark clouds. This scene instilled a strong sense of unease in every Lei Sect disciple. At the black coffin in the sky, in that instant, the expressions of young Lazy and the other heavenly beings changed. Each of them quickly descended. Could it be Bai Xiaochun again? Damn it, it can't be him. He's already been trapped. Amidst the panic of everyone present, the dark clouds of the Thunder Sect shook for the third time. This shake was even more intense, emitting thunderous roars that echoed and shook the entire sky. It was at this very moment, deep within these dark clouds, at the center of the thunder pool, that Bai Xiaochun was screaming in agony. He had pushed his speed to its absolute limit. The Tenjiang barrier had long since shattered. But no matter how fast Bai Xiaochun was, it was useless. The lightning bolts from all sides, which had initially been tens of thousands, now numbered over 100,000, relentlessly attacking him. Bai Xiaochun even realized that the faster he moved, the more lightning bolts were drawn to him. But he dared not stop. If he did, these 100,000 lightning bolts would engulf him. However, they didn't stop. The lightning bolts only increased in number. This drove Bai Xiaochun mad. Why is this happening? Bai Xiaochun was on the verge of tears. The imminent danger was upon him, his eyes turning red. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn it, I'll risk it. These lightning bolts are the power of heaven and earth. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Xiaochun shouted wildly. He directly followed the incantation given by the Thunder Ancestor, cultivating the 11 transformations of the Cloud Thunder human ancestor. At this moment, his body suddenly stopped. As he stopped, over 100,000 lightning bolts roared towards him again. In an instant, they enveloped Bai Xiaochun, as if wanting to tear his body apart and directly penetrate him. The pain of his body being torn apart was nothing. Bai Xiaochun, with his thick skin and sturdy build, could barely withstand it. What he couldn't bear was the surge of powerful lightning bolts, the frantic explosion of heaven and earth's spiritual power within his body, making him feel like a constantly inflated rubber balloon. Cloud Thunder Ancestor's first transformation. Bai Xiaochun suppressed the intense pain in his body. His vision blurred. He frantically channeled his divine abilities, transforming the boundless power of heaven and earth within his body to propel the Cloud Thunder Ancestor's 11th transformation. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun's body suddenly swelled to about 10 meters in size. A wild, untamed energy erupted from him. The Cloud Thunder Ancestor's first transformation was instantly mastered. But it wasn't over yet. Seeing the abundant power of heaven and earth within his body, Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned red. Instead of immediately cultivating the second transformation, he channeled the sun and moon long sky technique, allowing these two divine abilities to be transplanted through his left eye. This type of fusion, Bai Xiaochun could only analyze preliminarily, feeling that it could be completed. However, in reality, the fusion process carried to many possibilities of failure. If it were elsewhere, after one failure, Bai Xiaochun would need some time to immerse himself in it before attempting a second time. After all, even if he could absorb the power of heaven and earth, fusing to divine abilities still required him to be in his peak condition to proceed successfully. But now, the power of heaven and earth in his body was incredibly abundant. Bai Xiaochun had no other choice. He immediately began to try. Repeated failures, repeated explosions, the power of heaven and earth in his body was repeatedly released. Until after more than 10 failures, on the last attempt, an astonishing moonlight suddenly emanated from his left eye. Under this moonlight, the Tenjiang body of the ancestor of humanity instantly looked completely different from the form of Yan Lazy before. In the blink of an eye, an indescribable aura emanated from Bai Xiaochun. Especially the moon mark in his left eye, like a bright moon illuminating the dark night. Success! Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to be excited. At this moment, although more than half of the heaven and earth power in his body had been depleted, the remaining amount still made him feel as if his body was overflowing and about to explode. In desperation, amidst a roar, Bai Xiaochun began cultivating the second transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. Before long, his body, amidst a loud explosion, directly transformed to a size of about 20 jiang. Second transformation. Success! But it wasn't over yet. Next came the transformation, the fourth transformation. Amidst the rumbling, within the thunder pool, amidst countless lightning bolts, Bai Xiaochun's body transformed from 20 jiang to 30 jiang, then to 40 jiang. Not only could it stir the heavens and earth, but it also shook the 8 directions. His entire body was filled with a wild aura. Furthermore, his body, originally made of immortal bones, combined with the powerful transformation of the human ancestor, allowed Bai Xiaochun to surpass certain limits in terms of physical strength. If Yan Lazy were here and saw such a scene, he would undoubtedly be terrified. Both of them unleashed the same divine ability, yet Bai Xiaochun was clearly much stronger. Especially the moon mark on his left eye, which further amplified the explosive power of this human ancestor transformation. Under different circumstances, Bai Xiaochun would have been extremely excited. But now he realized that his body's ability to absorb the lightning within the dark clouds had reached a certain limit. Unless he switched to a different type of lightning power, he feared he wouldn't be able to absorb much more, and there was no way to absorb any more. This had nothing to do with divine abilities or cultivation techniques. It was purely the physical limit, similar to the limitations of a medicinal pill. But once that moment arrived, the lightning bolts all around him were no longer nourishing, but had become the source of destruction. However, the lightning bolts all around him seemed to grow even more powerful as Bai Xiaoqun grew stronger. In the resounding explosions, this time more than 100,000 bolts directly slammed towards him. Bai Xiaoqun was terrified, truly wanting to cry. His voice was choked with sobs, his cries like someone drinking poison to quench their thirst. Fifth transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor. In the resounding explosions, Bai Xiaoqun's 40-foot-tall body suddenly expanded. After reaching 50 feet, the fifth transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor was completed. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun's entire body, from head to toe, exuded a terrifying aura. The silver moon in his left eye flickered, making him, despite being only at the fifth transformation, possess the power of 3 transformations, in other words, the 8th transformation. It's worth noting that even after Yanleizi's fusion, he could only display the power of the 8th transformation, unleashing a force exceeding the late stage of the heavenly human realm. Very close to the great perfection of the heavenly human realm. But today, Bai Xiaoqun was even more astonishing than Yanleizi. However, he felt no joy, only fear. After successfully cultivating the 5th transformation of the Cloud Thunder Ancestor, his body had reached its limit against the lightning of these dark clouds, unable to absorb any more. And these lightning bolts were still incredibly violent. At this moment, amidst a resounding explosion, the lightning bolts directly slammed towards Bai Xiaoqun. Bai Xiaoqun, terrified, hurriedly stepped out and quickly fled. His speed was much faster than before. At the same time, the lightning bolts in the surrounding area also became larger and more numerous, pursuing him. No longer just over 100,000 lightning bolts, but nearly 1,000,000. Looking back, such an earth-shattering scene caused Lei Zhu, who had been avoiding it from afar, to swallow hard, his eyes wide with shock, his tongue tied. His body trembled, completely forgetting that Bai Xiaoqun still owed him 50 lightning bolts. He immediately controlled the prison and hurriedly retreated. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. My old man's bones aren't strong enough. I can't handle it." Young people these days really know how to play games. Lei Zhu's mind trembled as he was about to retreat. Bai Xiaoqun, inside the thunder pool, let out a desperate cry and also saw Lei Zhu. The moment their divine senses touched, Lei Zhu let out another full-force roar, risking everything. With a resounding explosion, he and the prison instantly sped away. Bai Xiaoqun's face showed a sorrowful expression, but he didn't dare stop. He could only stay within these dark clouds, flying faster and faster, trying to escape this thunder pool filled with lightning and gravitational pull. The lightning bolts all around him were becoming more and more numerous. Very quickly, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened in shock. He felt that because he was flying so fast, the lightning around him was becoming even more violent, and the thunder pool was gradually becoming unstable. Is it going to explode? Bai Xiaoqun felt a loud bang, his scalp feeling like it was about to burst. With a piercing scream, he unleashed his highest speed, frantically fleeing. In the distance, Lei Zhu's eyes almost popped out. Although he was also very worried, his breathing was rapid, and he was somewhat excited. It's going to explode. Good. The greater the disturbance, the better. Maybe I can take this opportunity to escape. All of this sounds long-winded, but in reality, it all happened in a very short time. At this moment, outside, the entire black cloud vibrated even more violently. The chaotic lightning bolts were completely invisible. There was also a sense of unease, as if something was rapidly rising from within the black clouds. At this moment, all 5 northern heavenly beings, including Yanleizi and Feng Chen, had descended to the Thunder Sect. Upon seeing the dark clouds transform, their expressions changed drastically. In that instant, their divine senses spread out, merging into the dark clouds. But this thunder prison was extraordinary. Their divine senses couldn't penetrate very deeply. They simply couldn't see what was happening inside. What on earth is going on? Damn it, it must be Bai Xiaoqun. Feng Chen, it's all your fault. You shouldn't have made him pay such a heavy price, and Yan lazy. This Bai Xiaochun is a disaster. Why did you provoke him? With worrying, the other three northern heavenly beings couldn't help but glare at Yan Lazy and Feng Chen, muttering reproachful complaints. Yan Lazy and Feng Chen's expressions were grim, but they were speechless. While everyone present was worried, suddenly, from within the glass coffin high in the sky, a divine consciousness that startled the five people suddenly dispersed, directly surging into the dark clouds. Very quickly, a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted from within the glass coffin. Bai Zikun. As this voice rang out, in an instant, the figure of the northern sect half-god appeared in midair, his face filled with anxiety, as if he didn't even have time to speak. He suddenly raised his right hand and swung it. Immediately, a whirlwind spread across the Lei sect. With a loud explosion, all the Lei sect cultivators were swept up, and in that instant, transported to a distant place. After the demigod of the northern sect finished all of this, in an instant, a deafening explosion, almost unprecedented in the northern sect, erupted directly within the dark cloud ground of the thunder sect, surging and overwhelming the heavens. Boom! This immense sound directly caused countless cultivators to be shaken, spitting out fresh blood. Even people like Yan Lazy were violently shaken, quickly retreating. At this moment, they looked in horror at the dark cloud ground. The entire dark cloud ground had directly exploded, all the buildings on it instantly turning to dust. Lightning bolts shot up from within the dark cloud, soaring straight into the sky. From afar, it looked like a lightning dragon trying to pierce the blue sky. At this moment, there was also an astonishing shockwave, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth lost their color, the wind and clouds swirled, and the explosions echoed for a long time. But the dark clouds on the ground, at this moment, had shattered. Nearly 4/4 of the area was directly destroyed and annihilated. Even the statue of the war god under the dark clouds of the thunder sect showed cracks. Looking back, at this moment, the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect looked as if it had been struck. The cloud sect was exhausted, the statue missing its thumb. The thunder sect was damaged. Not only was the statue full of spreading cracks, but the dark clouds on the ground had also shrunk considerably. Cloud Thunder Master was stunned. Feng Chen looked on in disbelief, and the other three heavenly beings were bewildered. Even the half-god of the northern lineage was so angry that his whole body trembled, his mind was shaken, and his hair stood on end. Not to mention the thunder sect cultivators who were swept away. Each of them couldn't believe it, looking at the unfamiliar thunder sect with a bewildered expression. All of this happened too quickly, so they didn't have time to react. Compared to Lei Zong, the cultivators of Yanzong all gasped in shock, secretly feeling fortunate. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun wasn't imprisoned in Yanzong. They were terrified of Bai Xiaochun's destructive abilities. This Bai Xiaochun, he's not someone to be trifled with. The heavenly human ancestor must be out of his mind. He suddenly wants to confine him to the cloud sect. But this guy can sell poisons that harm our cloud sect cultivators. After we stop him from selling elixirs, he can plant flowers that destroy the foundation of our cloud sect. In the end, we even imprisoned him in the Thunder Prison, a place where even demigods suffer torment. This guy can even cause the Thunder Prison to explode. And he's reduced the Thunder sect's land by nearly 4/4. My god, is he even human? How can a cultivator from the Starry Sky Dao Extreme sect survive like this? Didn't everyone say that Bai Xiaochun's alchemy skills could shake the heavens and earth? But he didn't even practice alchemy in our northern branch, and he was already like this. If he were to practice alchemy again, he alone could destroy our entire northern branch. Soon, a cacophony of chatter and cries of disbelief erupted within the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. It was at this moment someone noticed a figure, battered and bruised, slowly crawling out from the area where the dark clouds had dispersed by 4/4. Bai Xiaochun's face was pale, and sweat poured down his forehead. In that instant, he had narrowly escaped being blown to death. I won't absorb lightning after you. It's too dangerous. Bai Xiaochun's face turned gloomy. Just as he crawled out, a furious roar, enough to shake the heavens and earth, suddenly erupted from above him. Bai Xiaochun, this furious roar came from the northern branch demigod. He was foaming at the mouth, his voice surpassing even the might of heaven. Bai Xiaochun jumped up in fright, his face tense. The northern branch demigod had already taken a step forward, seemingly about to charge straight at Bai Xiaochun. But suddenly, the demigod's expression changed. He changed direction, and as his foot landed, he directly headed towards a vast, empty area in the distant sky. Thunder Ancestor, you dare to run. As soon as he finished speaking, the northern sect demigod raised his right hand and pressed down. Instantly, the area collapsed, revealing the Thunder Ancestor's thin, monkey-like body. Without stopping, he quickly turned and moved forward, his entire body transforming into a bolt of lightning, hurtling away. The northern sect demigod had no time to pay attention to Bai Xiaochun. His expression was grim as he took a step and chased after him. For him, the importance of the Thunder Ancestor far surpassed punishing Bai Xiaochun. Such a dramatic reversal of events made Bai Xiaochun break out in a cold sweat. This northern sect is no longer habitable. I must escape quickly. Bai Xiaochun's expression was filled with unease. At this moment, he disregarded the Heavenly Venerate's decree and his body suddenly shot out, intending to flee from the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. But as soon as he left, in the blink of an eye, Feng Chen, from the northern heavenly human lineage, let out a loud roar. His body slammed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. He was truly wronged. He had a crush on Du Lingfei, so he disliked Bai Xiaochun intensely. That's why he made the 3-chapter agreement earlier. When he made this agreement, he felt very pleased with himself. He originally intended to torment Bai Xiaochun, but he didn't expect that Bai Xiaochun would thwart him time and again. In the end, the entire sect, from top to bottom, resented him. Now his anger was overwhelming, and he unleashed a killer move. His entire body suddenly transformed into a red lightning bolt, as if it could shatter and destroy a soul, instantly closing in on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was also enraged, suddenly turning his head. Bai Xiaochun, I've tolerated you for too long. Feng Chen roared, transforming into a red lightning bolt, moving at incredible speed, instantly appearing before Bai Xiaochun. His entire body radiated the cultivation of a mid-stage heavenly human, suddenly erupting into a devastating blow that instantly targeted Bai Xiaochun's forehead. Feng Chen, I've tolerated you for too long. Bai Xiaochun roared as he turned around. He had indeed been patient for a long time. Since arriving in the northern region, he had endured countless hardships. The 3-chapter, 4-chapter, 5-chapter agreements, all accumulated, and even though Bai Xiaochun's temperament didn't favor fighting and killing, he finally exploded. The character he had forged in the savage wilderness was now uncontrollably manifested. At this moment, cruelty shone in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, as Feng Chen arrived, the moonlight light in Bai Xiaochun's left eye flickered. He raised his right hand and swung it forcefully. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in darkness, as if covered by a black curtain. In this darkness, the sun was obscured, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The moment this moon appeared, everyone from the northern region surrounding them felt their minds shaken, as if their souls were being sucked away. Feng Chen also gasped. He immediately sensed an intense danger. In his panic, he suddenly turned and retreated. But just as he retreated, two cold, ominous words came from Bai Xiaochun's mouth. Still moon. As soon as the words were spoken, the heavens and earth seemed to darken even further. Loud explosions resounded from all directions. Above the red lightning bolt created by Feng Chen, a crescent moon appeared in an instant. This moon-like figure, having just materialized, immediately absorbed the moonlight from all sides, making itself even more radiant. Boom! The intense sound emanated from Feng Chen's body. The red lightning bolt he had transformed into shattered, revealing the figure within. The crescent moon, as if from within his very bones and marrow, remained continuously expanding. As the crescent moon expanded, Feng Chen let out mournful cries. He was horrified to discover that this crescent moon not only harmed him, but also his cultivation. It seemed the effect of this crescent moon was to assimilate the power of heaven and earth within his body, transforming it into moonlight. But once it's completely finished, it's practically annihilation of my body and soul. What kind of divine ability is this? Feng Chen's body felt as if it were being struck by an invisible mountain, constantly retreating amidst the deafening explosions. Facing Bai Xiaochun's moon-shattering technique, he was completely powerless to resist. This kind of ability was like changing the heavens and the earth. This divine ability didn't require contact. Just the moonlight shining on him caused severe damage. Before, he had only seen similar methods from demigods. But today, when it finally manifested in Bai Xiaochun's hands, his entire body trembled violently, and he spat out a large amount of fresh blood. His expression was one of shock and disbelief. All of this is a long story. But in reality, from the moment Feng Chen transformed into a red lightning bolt until the lightning bolt shattered, he suffered severe injuries, all happening in an instant. Incredibly fast and intense. Therefore, before anyone around could react, Feng Chen's mournful cries had already spread in all directions. Bai Xiaochun hadn't expected the sun and moon long sky technique to have such astonishing power. At this moment, his eyes flashed, and he formed a hand seal with his right hand, pointing it out again. Under this single command, in the pitch-black sky, the moonlight dimmed. All the moonlight seemed to be sucked away, somehow reflecting back onto Feng Chen, causing the moonlight on his body to instantly envelop him completely. His desperate cries became even more mournful. Facing imminent danger, Feng Chen's body trembled. For him, the scene before him was a life-or-death catastrophe. This calamity came too quickly, so much so that he himself couldn't believe it. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, with his achievements since entering the northern region, he was a prodigy, yet in front of Bai Xiaochun, he couldn't even resist a single divine ability. "I'm not reconciled." In a furious roar, a look of madness appeared in Feng Chen's eyes. His body was disintegrating over a large area, with faint points of moonlight emanating from within, as if becoming part of the moonlight itself. Not waiting to die, amidst the screams, Feng Chen raised his 5 disintegrating fingers. Even his right palm was half disintegrated, and he slammed them against his forehead. A loud bang! In that instant, his body disintegrated again. A wave of heavenly human self-destruction energy instantly spread in all directions. Using this self-destruction force, his primordial spirit managed to escape. He quickly retreated. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was horrified to discover that his primordial spirit also had moon marks. Impossible! How could this be? Feng Chen was terrified to the extreme, shouting in a trembling, desperate voice. This time, what flashed through his mind was not just danger, but death. This is a Dao technique. Feng Chen quickly dodged inside the glass coffin. "Bai Xiaochun, you dare to kill someone, my northern lineage will not let you get away with it." The Cloud Thunder twins were instantly worried. With a roar, their two bodies simultaneously flew out and then advanced. In an instant, the two sides merged again. Immediately, a wave of late-stage, heavenly human cultivation surged from the merged Cloud Thunder twins. Not only him, but the other 3 heavenly humans beside him also knew the current situation was very important. They all released their cultivation. The 4 of them transformed into 4 rainbows, instantly rushing towards Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, Feng Chen, having been warned by Yan Lazy, was now trembling with reckless determination, even if it meant burning his primordial spirit, in order to achieve ultimate speed. While Yan Lazy and the others were holding back Bai Xiaochun, he finally seized the opportunity, instantly leaping into the glass coffin. Relying on this Demitid's cave dwelling, he severed his connection with the heavens and the moon. Only then did he prevent the moon-like energy within his primordial spirit from spreading. However, nearly half of his primordial spirit was still assimilated. Even if he recovered, his cultivation would be permanently reduced. Inside the glass coffin, Feng Chen's primordial spirit trembled with fear. Seeing that he had finally averted the danger, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Towards Bai Xiaochun, even though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of dread. His cultivation isn't just early heavenly human stage. He's a mid-heavenly human stage. He could be considered a mid-stage heavenly human. How could he be so powerful? At this moment, not only was Feng Chen shocked, but Yan Lazy and the other 3 northern heavenly human cultivators were also deeply shaken, not to mention the other northern cultivators surrounding them. They all gasped in astonishment. When they looked at Bai Xiaochun, they were filled with fear. My God, this Bai Xiaochun, he's so powerful. I used to mock him, I used to laugh at him. No, that's not right. If he was this strong before, how could he have been so easily suppressed? Could it be? Could it be that during his few days in our northern region, he had already broken through? While everyone around them was discussing in confusion, Bai Xiaochun quickly retreated, avoiding the combined attack of Yan Lazy and the other three. After retreating, his expression was grim, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Northern lineage, today we'll cut ties right here. Your Bai family has had enough. Come on, let's fight. Since he's made his move, he'll fight at all costs. At this moment, his entire cultivation level erupted violently. The fluctuations of the mid-heaven human stage instantly surged upwards. Even though the sky was no longer black, but slowly returning to normal, his face was much clearer than before, containing the oppressive power of heaven and earth, descending in all directions. Mid-heaven human stage. Damn it. You actually broke through. After Yan Lazy clearly sensed Bai Zikun's cultivation fluctuations, he felt like he was going crazy. He felt utterly powerless against Bai Zikun. Initially, in the trial grounds, when he chased after Bai Zikun, the other party first threw out that strange pill. Then he called dueling FEI his wife. All of this caused Yan Lazy's absolute advantage to drastically diminish. In the end, not only did he lose his advantage, but he was also pushed to the extreme, being completely crushed by Bai Zikun. He had originally thought that by coming to this northern branch within his own sect, he could definitely torment Bai Xiaochun. But he didn't expect that even with restrictions, Bai Xiaochun could still sell elixirs, and even if selling elixirs was forbidden, he could still cultivate herbs. Finally, the demigod, disregarding his own strength, took action and directly imprisoned Bai Xiaochun in the lightning prison. But is Bai Xiaochun even human? Imprisoned, he not only didn't collapse under the lightning prison, but his cultivation even broke through. This was a breakthrough from the early stage of the heavenly human realm to the middle stage. Such a difficult feat, yet he could still break through under such circumstances. Yan Lazy was furious. The other three heavenly humans of the northern branch were also furious. They were extremely angry, and at the same time, seeing Bai Xiaochun's joy, they felt a sense of helplessness. This is a hedgehog. No matter how much trouble we cause him, it's useless. The best course of action is to ignore his bizarre tactics and directly kill him with brute force. A cruel glint flashed in Yan Lazy's eyes. With a low growl, he suddenly charged straight towards Bai Zikun. The other three northern sect heavenly beings had similar thoughts. At this moment, each of them radiated killing intent, emitting a loud roar as they rushed forward. Seeing the four heavenly beings joining forces and charging towards Bai Zikun, the cultivators of the Cloud sect and the northern sect surrounding them all focused their attention. Even though Bai Zikun had displayed immense strength before, in the eyes of these northern sect cultivators, Bai Zikun was incredibly arrogant, and today he must pay for his crimes. Although Bai Xiaochun is powerful, he's forgotten that this isn't the eastern branch. This is the northern branch, HMPH. We're arrogant in the northern branch. We must make him pay. I don't believe it. Even if Elder Yan Lazy and his group attack together, they still can't eliminate this Bai Xiaochun. The northern branch people calm down. Each of them looked at Bai Xiaochun with disdain. High in the sky, seeing Yan Lazy and the other three approaching, a cold glint flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Since arriving in the northern branch, he had been suppressing his anger. Now, seeing Yan Lazy and the three other northern branch heavenly beings charging towards him with murderous intent, Bai Xiaochun's rage suddenly erupted. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, raised his right hand, and swung it forcefully. Boom! Amidst the shockwave, the water level suddenly dropped. Steam filled the air in all directions. The sun in the sky directly descended to the ground. With a deafening explosion, the ground shook, and the bodies of the four people, including Yan Lazy, were affected. Except for Yan Lazy, the other three heavenly beings gasped. One of them, bearing the brunt of the attack, directly spat out fresh blood. Bai Xiaochun. Yan Lazy, the leading heavenly being of the northern lineage, seeing this scene, shouted loudly. His speed instantly exploded. His entire body transformed into a rainbow, rushing towards Bai Xiaochun. His voice echoed throughout the air. Yan Lei Ancestor, 7th Transformation. A deafening explosion instantly spread out. Yan Lazy's body instantly transformed to a size of about 70 jiang, like a human ancestor descending. His cultivation and combat power increased significantly, directly surpassing the late stage of the heavenly human realm. His entire body was like a storm, directly attacking Bai Zikun. But just as he got close, in an instant, A fierce light flashed in Bai Zikun's eyes. At the same time, Bai Zikun opened his mouth. Suppress the fifth transformation of the human ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. In this instant, Bai Zikun's body also simultaneously unleashed a similar divine ability, directly increasing to a size of about 50 jang, his aura wild, his body strong, and a sense of savagery erupting. Especially the crescent moon in his left eye, which quickly flickered, making Bai Zikun appear to be only a fifth transformation body. But in reality, he possessed the power of an eighth transformation. This is impossible. In an instant, Yan Lazy's eyes almost popped out. The reason he didn't unleash the eighth transformation was because it consumed too much energy. But he never imagined that Bai Xiaoqun could use the exact same divine ability here. Immediately, the two clashed in midair. The heavens and earth trembled, the void shook, and the impact force spread everywhere. Yan Lazy spat out fresh blood. His 70-foot-tall body recoiled with a thud. Although his body was violently shaken, it was probably insignificant compared to the fear in his heart. At this moment, he was breathing heavily, his face filled with disbelief. This Yunlei ancestor technique was a secret technique of his northern lineage. But today, it could be unleashed on Bai Xiaoqun. This made his mind tremble uncontrollably, giving him a feeling of unreality. That alone would have been enough. But the opponent was only at the fifth transformation, while he was at the seventh transformation, yet he was unable to counter him. This only enraged Yan Lazy even more. Bai Zikun, you dare steal the secret techniques of my northern lineage. Yan Lazy roared, looking up at the sky. While retreating, he wasted no time, directly unleashing his eighth transformation, his body growing to 80 feet, and then charging forward again. Stop spouting nonsense. Yours is the Cloud Thunder human ancestor. Mine is the suppressing human ancestor. The names are different. Are you blind and deaf? Bai Zikun snorted coldly, simultaneously charging forward. The two clashed in midair with a loud bang. This time, both retreated simultaneously. Bai Zikun felt his blood surging throughout his body, but his eyes were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit. After he stopped abruptly, he formed hand seals and suddenly raised his hands. Human mountain technique. Boom! Countless mountains instantly appeared around Bai Xiaoqun. These mountains shot out from the air, instantly enveloping Bai Xiaoqun's 50-foot-tall human ancestor body. In a flash, they formed a gigantic, 100-foot-tall stone figure. This was the simultaneous deployment of the human ancestor transformation and the human mountain technique, possessing immense power. In just a blink of an eye, the heavens and earth trembled. The sheer force alone caused the sky to darken, as if being crushed. All the cultivators of the northern lineage surrounding him cried out in terror. Furthermore, as the human mountain technique was unleashed, a storm formed around Bai Xiaoqun. The violent wind spread out, stinging even people's faces. Yan Lazy's expression changed. He gasped for breath. He had a strong premonition that at this moment, he was probably no match for Bai Xiaoqun. Thinking this, Yan Lazy's eyes narrowed and his body quickly retreated. But the moment he retreated, Bai Zikun rushed forward, suddenly chasing after him. Bai Zikun roared softly. His voice carried divine power, and his speed also exploded. He was about to catch up with Yan Lazy. At this moment, the other three northern heavenly humans could only persevere, rushing forward to stop him. One transformed into black lightning, another into 9 cloud shadows, and the third, carrying a huge furnace, charged straight towards Bai Zikun, trying to stop him. Get out of my way! Bai Zikun didn't even look at these 3 mid-stage heavenly humans. With a roar, he waved his hand. Instantly, a frenzied, earth-shattering force merged with the storm, then suddenly erupted in all directions. The black lightning shattered. 9 cloud-like shadows were destroyed. The furnace that struck was also directly split into 5 or 7 pieces. The 3 northern heavenly beings all spat out fresh blood, their expressions filled with extreme fear, terror, and disbelief. They were directly thrown flying by Bai Xiaoqun. Too powerful. The 3 northern heavenly beings cried out in shock. But Bai Xiaoqun's speed didn't slow down at all. As he moved, he chased after Yan Lazy. His right hand clenched, and a black vortex appeared. Yan Lazy, you ambushed me at the previous trial grounds, then acted very unreasonably, and finally, relying on your late-stage heavenly being cultivation, relentlessly pursued me. In the northern region, You repeatedly caused me trouble. Today, let's settle all our grievances. Bai Xiaochun's voice rang out, shaking the 8 directions. At this moment, Yan Lazy's breath caught in his throat, his mind trembling wildly. Especially when he saw the black vortex appearing on Bai Xiaochun's right fist, his expression changed drastically. He retreated even faster, letting out a mournful scream. What are you all standing there doing? Open the mountain protection formation. Deploy troops. Open the mountain gate divine formation. Almost simultaneously with Yan Lazy's roar, the other 3 northern heavenly beings also shouted. The northern cultivators surrounding them, already shocked by the scene, widened their eyes. Taking a deep breath, they all regained their composure. Their faces were pale, and in an instant, they scattered in all directions, coordinating to open the mountain gate formation. The formation opened without delay. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Xiaochun was about to catch up with Yan Lazy, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from within the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect, forming a protective cloud of mist. Simultaneously, an astonishing repulsive force also erupted, hindering Bai Xiaochun's progress, seemingly irreversible, attempting to expel him from the sect. Bai Xiaochun frowned. His body was constantly being pushed back by the repulsive force of the formation. Seeing Bai Xiaochun being repelled by the formation, the 3 northern heavenly human cultivators and Yan Lazy all breathed a sigh of relief. Everything had happened too quickly before, leaving them shaken. Now, after relaxing, the shock not only didn't lessen, but intensified. But just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a glint of light flashed in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Formation, useless against me. As he uttered these words, the immortal seal suddenly activated. In an instant, the repulsive force from all 4 sides seemed to pierce through Bai Xiaochun's body, completely unable to resist even a little. Even more astonishing was that Bai Xiaochun's speed suddenly exploded under the immortal forbidden's formation. With a loud bang, his figure directly pierced through the formation. When he reappeared, he was suddenly in front of Yan Lazy. He raised his right hand, and the black vortex seemed to absorb all of heaven and earth. The gigantic emperor's image behind Bai Xiaochun instantly merged, transforming into his earth-shattering immortal emperor fist. One punch, and heaven and earth collapsed. Yan Lazy's pupils contracted, his mind exploding. The imminent danger left him no time to think. He had no way to dodge, and could only unleash the 9th transformation with a roar. For him, this was the ultimate, uncontrollable force. In that instant, his body directly transformed to a size of about 90 feet. Amidst the roars, he exerted all his strength to resist, directly confronting Bai Xiaochun again. The thunder surpassed all previous explosions, its sound suppressing the entire heaven and earth. At this moment, a violent shock erupted in everyone's ears. In an instant, everything before their eyes seemed to turn into a silent, motionless spectacle. It was clearly horrific, yet no sound could be heard. The shockwave spread out, causing the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect to tremble incessantly. At this moment, Yan Lazy's eyes widened, letting out a mournful, desperate cry. No! His blood gushed out wildly, his body unable to withstand the onslaught. Explosions continuously emanated from within him. The further he retreated, the more he was unable to maintain the fused state, transforming into 2 people, simultaneously retreating and spitting blood. The elder brother was still perfectly fine. However, the younger brother, directly under the impact of this place, had his body shatter with a loud bang, exploding into dust. In the Cloud Thunder twins, the younger brother didn't even have time to feel the fear of death. In that instant, his body was reduced to ashes by the violent impact. His primordial spirit flew out, carrying a hazy look, seemingly about to be directly crushed and annihilated by the fierce wind. But at this moment, suddenly a wave of divine consciousness, surpassing the heavenly human realm, descended, transforming into a hand that grasped the younger brother's primordial spirit. After the violent impact collided with this hand, it instantly shattered. At the same time, a sound like grinding teeth echoed throughout this void. Bai Z. This name, 3 words, each word a thunderbolt, exploded within the heavens and earth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. High in the sky, a colossal figure suddenly appeared. It was the northern sect demigod. In his hand, he held the weary and listless thunder ancestor. At this moment, with his appearance, All the heavenly will in the surrounding area was powerfully dispelled, making it seem as if only he existed in the heavens and earth. After Bai Xiaoqun heard and felt this, his previous arrogance and strength instantly vanished. Instead, there was incomprehensible astonishment and intense tension. He inwardly groaned. This old monkey is too useless. If it had dragged on any longer, I could have escaped. This time, I'm finished. What do I do now? While Bai Xiaoqun was anxiously worried, young Lazy, seeing that his primordial spirit clone was protected, was also excited and bowed respectfully to the demigod in the sky. There, other northern heavenly beings breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Xiaoqun had been too powerful before, causing their hearts to tremble. Now they all paid their respects to the northern god. Even Feng Chen, hiding inside the glass coffin, was extremely excited and quickly flew out to pay his respects to the demigod. At this moment, Bai Xiaoqun frowned, furrowing his brows, and cautiously retreated slowly. Various thoughts raced through his mind. He was constantly thinking of ways to resolve this situation. While he was rapidly considering his options, the northern demigod had to suppress the overwhelming anger in his heart. He stared at Bai Xiaoqun, a strong headache making him feel powerless. He wasn't just having a headache, but an even worse one. In truth, no matter what he did, he still couldn't do anything to Bai Xiaoqun. It wasn't because of Du Lingfei, but because of the heavenly venerate. On Bai Xiaoqun's body, he vaguely sensed some traces that Bai Xiaoqun himself hadn't noticed. These traces, even as a half-god from the northern branch, brought back memories of the past, allowing him to guess some of the heavenly venerate's intentions. It was precisely these speculations that made it even harder for him to touch Bai Xiaoqun. Imprisoning him was useless. The lightning prison had already been broken by Bai Xiaoqun. The lightning ancestor had almost escaped. As a half-god from the northern branch, he truly didn't dare imprison Bai Xiaoqun again. He had come to his senses, deeply realizing that Bai Xiaoqun was a disaster that could erupt at any moment. The best course of action was to stay away from him. Damn it. Why did I ever agree to let this deadly calamity remain here? It's like putting an unstable thunderbolt in my pocket. Who knows when it might explode, implicating me as well. There, Northern Meridian demigod sighed inwardly. This was the first time he'd encountered someone who caused him such a headache. While the demigod was racking his brains, Bai Xiaoqun was also anxious and uneasy. His heart was trembling. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solution. At this moment, he could only persevere, staring at the demigod, and tentatively say, "Senior brother demigod, that you must attend the wedding between me and Afei. Even though Bai Xiaoqun was trembling with nervousness, he was also impressed by his own quick thinking. He felt that his words clearly conveyed three pieces of information. The first piece of news was that he and Du Lingfei were very close and might get married later. The second piece of news was that the heavenly venerate was very likely his father-in-law. The third piece of news was that he intended to appease the half-god's anger. Regardless of whether the northern half-god understood these three pieces of news after hearing this, Bai Xiaoqun felt that his words were very powerful. At this moment, as soon as he spoke, the northern half-god suddenly raised his head and stared at Bai Xiaoqun. After a long while, he raised his right hand and swung it forcefully, unable to suppress a low growl. "If I ever see you in the nine heavens-clad thunder sect again, even if you are the heavenly venerate's son-in-law, I will skin you alive. Get out." Each word sounded like a thunderclap. The final word, in particular, shook the heavens and earth. Amidst a deafening explosion and Bai Xiaoqun's astonished cries, a powerful force suddenly surged around him, forming a whirlwind that violently swept him towards the sky, throwing him out of the nine heavens-clad thunder sect. Only after Bai Xiaoqun was thrown out of the sect did his agonizing screams echo from afar. This scene, witnessed by the surrounding northern cultivators, filled them with regret, but also a sense of relief. They both hated and feared Bai Xiaoqun. Even young Lazy and his group felt the same way. While bitter, their hearts were filled with regret for having once considered imprisoning Bai Xiaoqun and slowly torturing him. This is a huge disaster. His greatest ability is the power to cause calamity. We were truly foolish back then. A guy like that absolutely cannot be kept around. Young Lazy chuckled bitterly, sighing inwardly. At the same time, he also had a very deep understanding of Bai Xiaoqun's combat power. Regarding the Cloud Thunder Ancestor's transformation technique, seeing the Thunder Ancestor being held captive by the demigod ancestor, he now understood the reason. Although the Thunder Ancestor was exhausted, he wasn't unconscious. He smirked. Even though he couldn't escape, seeing the northern region in such chaos made him feel quite satisfied. That kid's called by Xiaochun, not bad, not bad. A young man with great potential. As the Thunder Ancestor's laughter rang out, the demigod of the northern region snorted coldly. He ignored the Thunder Ancestor and looked towards the Cloud Thunder Ancestor and his group. You bunch of people, all at the heavenly human realm, yet one by Xiaochun can make you all struggle even with your combined efforts. Useless. The northern sect demigod, his heart burning with anger, turned to reprimand young Lazy and his group. His expression turned grim as he returned to the glass coffin with Leizu. Young Lazy and his group could only listen silently, their hearts filled with bitterness. After a moment, they exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Well, so be it. He's finally been thrown away. This Bai Zikun is quite a legend. I've never seen anything like it. Imprisoned in a lightning prison, yet still able to break through in cultivation. I never want to see him again in my life, not even his name. Don't ever mention him to me again. It wasn't just these few heavenly beings who felt this way. Every disciple of the Cloud Sect and Thunder Sect surrounding them felt a profound sense of awe. They recalled the past, when they were very pleased with themselves for suppressing Bai Xiaochun, thinking that he was a dragon from the outside world. But even he had to cower and become a worm in the northern region. But today, Bai Xiaochun used his actions to show everyone in the northern region that even if he were a mere worm, he could still bore several large holes through the northern region and escape. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds. This calamity must never return. While the northern region felt helpless and weary towards Bai Xiaochun, Bai Xiaochun's body was thrown by this northern region demigod, directly flying far away, like a shooting star directly crashing into a spot on the ice plain. With a loud bang, the ice plain shook several times, a large hole being blasted open. After a long while, Bai Xiaochun, with disheveled hair and looking very disheveled, crawled out from inside. He had a gloomy expression, somewhat angry and resentful, and from afar, he looked towards the direction of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect, feeling a sense of relief. Just tell me to leave, that's all. Why bother restricting my cultivation level? Throw me out. Bai Xiaochun felt that these people from the northern lineage were truly unreasonable, utterly despicable, and especially infuriating. Especially that final throw from the demigod ancestor. It was clearly intentional. Well, never mind, they don't want me to stay, which fits me perfectly. If this Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect hadn't imprisoned me, I would have left long ago. In his excitement, Bai Xiaochun recalled the scenes from his time at the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sect, and a hint of smugness welled up in his heart. Humph, they must know my power now. How dare they impose 5 rules on me, Bai Xiaochun? Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath of the ice plain's air. At this moment, he felt incredibly comfortable. This feeling of no longer being restricted invigorated his spirit. Right now, no one's supervising me in planting the moonlight flowers, Bai Xiaochun thought, considering the ice leaf that was only half finished. He surveyed the surroundings, adjusted the large hole he'd previously created, and arranged it into a temporary cave dwelling. Once everything was ready, he took out the moonlight flower seeds and began planting them. Flowers are flowers. No one's supervising you here. Grow quickly. Bai Xiaochun said expectantly, watching the moonlight flower seeds sink beneath the ice plain. Right now, no one's supervising me in planting the moonlight flower, Bai Xiaochun thought, referring to the ice leaf that was only half finished. He surveyed the surroundings, adjusted the large hole he'd previously created, and arranged it into the shape of a temporary cave dwelling. Once everything was ready, he took out the moonlight flower seeds and began planting them. Flowers are flowers. No one's supervising you here. Grow quickly. Bai Xiaochun's face showed anticipation as he watched the moonlight flower seeds sink into the ice plain. Without any restrictions or meticulous care, the moonlight flower, now in its 3rd growth phase, was incredibly vigorous. In just 3 days, it was equivalent to more than a month's worth of cultivation back in the Cloud Sect. Bai Xiaochun's cave dwelling was now more than half occupied by the branches and stems of the moonlight flower, which continued to grow towards the sky. It was now 7 or 8 jang tall. If Bai Xiaochun hadn't felt the space he could move around in was too small and had let out a dissatisfied cough, the entire cave dwelling would have been occupied. Fortunately, this moonflower had its own consciousness. After noticing Bai Xiaochun's dissatisfaction, it proactively left an area for him, spreading and growing around that area. Meanwhile, in the ice plain, the roots of the moonflower were even more ferocious, spreading to a radius of 10 miles and still continuously expanding. As for the ice leaf, Bai Xiaochun had already reattached it to the tree trunk and then ignored the moonflower, beginning his secluded cultivation. In truth, during his time at the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, too many people were watching him, and with the 5-chapter agreement, Bai Xiaochun had to be especially careful in his cultivation. Like the immortal blood, he had been stagnant and unable to progress. Now, finally, there's an opportunity. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and took out the skeletons from his storage bag. These were the skeletons he had previously taken from the second floor of the Ghost Mother's bone ship, where he had fused half of the bones. At that time, when Bai Xiaochun came into contact with these two skeletons, he clearly felt a strong life force merging into his body, causing his immortal blood to surge. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to devour them. Now, he took another deep breath, took out the two skeletons, and carefully observed them for a while. Whether it was the golden immortal bone or the other skeleton with glass-like bones, both sparked to many associations in Bai Xiaochun's mind. Now I have cultivated the immortal scroll to the final step, the level of immortal blood, but there has been no news of the longevity scroll. These skeletons are the only thing I've obtained that's related to the longevity scroll, Bai Xiaochun whispered softly. After a moment of contemplation, he raised both hands, one hand resting on the two skeletons. The instant his hand touched the skeletons, a terrifying life force erupted. Following Bai Xiaochun's hands, this life force surged directly into his body. Bai Xiaochun's body trembled. This life force was different from the life force he felt when absorbing herbal elixirs. It seemed that for the immortal blood, the life force within the two skeletons was the most suitable. It didn't even need any transformation. It could directly condense into drops of immortal blood within his body. In just a few breaths, Bai Xiaochun was shocked to discover that another drop of immortal blood had appeared within him. A second drop was also rapidly condensing. So fast Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in excitement. He had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, and his combat power was vastly different from before. If the immortal blood could increase, Bai Xiaochun's combat power would become even more formidable. Bai Xiaochun immersed himself in cultivation. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, no one came to disturb Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was completely absorbed in absorbing the life force within the skeletons. The immortal blood in his body had accumulated to an astonishing level. It was impossible to even describe it in terms of drops. The amount of immortal blood already accounted for about 2/3 of his entire body, and it was still increasing. The life force of these skeletons showed no signs of diminishing, seemingly endless, making Bai Xiaochun feel as if he were cultivating the sun and moon eternal sky technique inside a lightning prison. These two skeletons, could they possibly sustain me until I cultivate the immortal blood to its peak? Bai Xiaochun pondered for a moment, then excitedly accelerated his cultivation, paying no attention to the moonflower. At this moment, the moonflower, which had been growing wildly for a month, had long since reached a towering height of over 10 meters, standing majestically on the ice plain, particularly noticeable. Simultaneously, many smaller moonflowers bloomed in various areas of the ice plain. Even on the ice plain, their numbers were visibly decreasing. Below the ice plain, the roots of the moonflower had spread over hundreds of miles. At this time, a powerful aura gradually emanated from within the moonflower, intensifying and terrifying countless beasts on the ice plain, causing them to flee in fear. As it grew and absorbed a great deal of cold energy, this moonflower plant always remembered Bai Xiaochun's request, continuously channeling cold energy into its leaves, causing them to gradually transform into completely ice-like leaves. Bai Xiaochun continued his cultivation. It wasn't until another month passed, when the life force in the last two skeletons began to show signs of drying up, and when there was no more life force to be absorbed into Bai Xiaochun's body, that he opened his eyes. His eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened, and the world before him seemed slightly different. Even more different was his body. It looked normal, But in reality, Bai Xiaoqun clearly felt an earth-shattering surge of life force within him. Such intense life force provided a powerful regenerative force. Bai Xiaoqun took out his flying sword, inflicted a wound, and then stared in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the wound completely closed, leaving no trace, as if it had never been cut. The immortal blood mainly increased my regenerative power. Bai Xiaoqun's breathing betrayed his excitement as he sensed the fresh blood within his body. He immediately realized that in just 2 short months, after absorbing the life force of the 2 skeletons, 4/10 of the blood in his entire body had become immortal blood. Too fast, Bai Xiaoqun was somewhat startled and disbelieving. After confirming for a long time, he burst into joyful laughter. As for the 2 skeletons, they were now much dimmer. Bai Xiaoqun quickly collected them. He felt that these 2 skeletons were his greatest creation. Who knows, it might have other uses later. Bai Xiaoqun was brimming with enthusiasm. After relaxing his body a bit, his consciousness suddenly spread out. He prepared to observe his moonflower tree. As he observed, Bai Xiaoqun's eyes widened. The ice plain, which was originally very thick, now had dark mud exposed in many places. The roots of this moonflower tree had covered more than half of the ice plain. Although this ice plain was insignificant compared to the entire northern region, Bai Xiaoqun was still shocked and amazed by the vigorous growth of the moonflower tree. Besides that, the ice plain was full of moonflowers. If viewed from the sky, one could see the densely growing trees forming a crescent moon shape. At the very center of this crescent moon stood a towering, awe-inspiring flower tree, hundreds of feet tall. Flower, Bai Xiaoqun, living there, was somewhat uncertain and asked a question. A translucent, ice-like leaf stood out on the trunk of the giant flower tree, particularly noticeable. Almost instantly after Bai Xiaoqun spoke, the tree trembled slightly. The ice-like leaf detached and gently descended, landing in front of Bai Xiaoqun. As Bai Xiaoqun received the ice-like leaf, a consciousness emanated from the enormous moonflower tree, inexpressible, only revealing gratitude and a lingering sense of parting. It seemed this ice plain could no longer sustain its growth. It hoped Bai Xiaoqun would agree to let it go to another ice plain to continue its development. Bai Xiaoqun had seen small animals that had consumed his elixirs undergo mutations. The fact that he had cultivated a flower with its own consciousness wasn't particularly surprising to him. After all, this mysterious flower came from beyond the heavens. However, Bai Xiaoqun was still somewhat hesitant about the flower's request to leave alone. After a long while, he agreed, but made a strict condition. The flower could not harm anyone. After sensing Bai Xiaoqun's consciousness, the moonflower slowly swayed its body. Gradually, Bai Xiaoqun watched as the enormous moonflower withered, like a dandelion, scattering countless seeds in the wind, dispersing throughout the entire northern ice plain. Looking at the dandelion-like seeds flying across the sky, Bai Xiaoqun suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember when he had ever seen a similar scene. It seemed that deep within his soul, at the very source, there existed a scene that flashed into existence in an instant and then vanished, yet it felt like an eternal memory. Could it be that I saw it when I was a child? Bai Xiaoqun scratched his head. Well, he was utterly astonished. As the dandelion-like seeds slowly dissipated, a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. Inside this rainbow was a woman. Du Lingfei had returned. Little Du. Bai Xiaoqun was startled, a little surprised and overjoyed, a smile spreading across his lips. From afar, Du Lingfei saw Bai Xiaoqun and noticed that he was not only unharmed but also in such a cheerful mood. A look of helplessness appeared on Du Lingfei's face, as if she had a headache. In an instant, she approached Bai Xiaoqun. You, in the 9 heavens, stop. Little Du, everyone is so happy to see you. Don't mention the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect. They're a bunch of bastards. You don't know how outrageous they are. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoqun immediately disregarded everything else and rattled off all the grievances he had suffered at the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect. Du Lingfei sighed. She had intended to talk about Bai Xiaoqun's time at the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect, but after hearing Bai Xiaoqun's words, she gradually stopped. In fact, since arriving in the northern region, Du Lingfei had been out on missions assigned by the Heavenly Venerate and hadn't returned. It was only a few days ago that her mission was partially completed. Worried about Bai Xiaoqun, she hurried back. But after returning to the 9 heavens cloud thunder sect, What she saw and heard was unbelievable. Even though she understood Bai Xiaochun well, she was still shocked by his destructive power. She even felt that the disciples of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect looked at her with inappropriate eyes. So she hurriedly went out again to search for Bai Xiaochun. However, for some unknown reason, she tried to send a message to Bai Xiaochun, but he didn't reply. So she began searching around the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect. Gradually, she saw a patch of ice plains that had been melted. After seeing this strange scene, her first reaction was that Bai Xiaochun must be in the nearby area. So she searched all the way there, and sure enough, she found Bai Xiaochun. Okay, I won't say anything more, alright. Seeing the aggrieved and agitated look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, Du Lingfei sighed and spoke gently. I've already dealt with more than half of my matters. There's still a little more to come. You can't stay here forever. Let's go together. Du Lingfei walked up to Bai Xiaochun, adjusted a few strands of his messy hair, patted his clothes to brush off the dust, and said softly. At such close proximity, a fragrant scent wafted into Bai Xiaochun's nose. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he gazed at Du Lingfei, whose snow-white skin was breathtakingly beautiful, and his heart began to beat faster. He was very willing to go with Du Lingfei, but he thought to himself, as a man, what's the point of following a woman? Even if he really wanted to go, it would be to protect his status, or only after Du Lingfei repeatedly invited him. So he quickly cleared his throat. I'm perfectly fine here. You just go about your business, Bai Xiaochun said, tilting his chin up. Du Lingfei's phoenix eyes blinked. Her beautiful eyes swept over Bai Xiaochun, and she covered her mouth with a smile. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes as she stepped forward and took Bai Xiaochun's arm. Zikun, I'm very lonely here. Would you like to come with me? I'll think about it. Bai Zikun felt smug, especially Du Lingfei's soft words, which made him feel a little restless. But outwardly, he still maintained an arrogant demeanor. If you come with me, Feng Chen of the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect will be so afraid of you that he definitely won't dare to bother me. Zikun, would you? Du Lingfei suppressed a laugh and spoke softly. Yes, Bai Zikun was very pleased to hear this. That Feng Chen dared to appear before me, Bai Zikun. I'll beat him to death. His body is gone. Only his soul remains. If it weren't for Yun Lei and the others stopping me, I would have killed him long ago. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased, and at this moment he laughed heartily. Well, if you say so, then I'll follow you, okay? And I'll protect you along the way. Bai Xiaochun felt relieved. Du Lingfei, however, couldn't restrain herself any longer and burst out laughing. Yes, my Xiaochun is the most amazing. You dare to call the heavenly venerate your father-in-law in front of my senior brother. Bai Xiaochun was instantly embarrassed and glared. Du Lingfei's slender figure gently stepped back. If you have to protect me, then you have to keep up with me. Du Lingfei's eyes held a captivating allure, an indescribable charm. This scene, witnessed by Bai Xiaochun, made his heart race. He had thought Song Zhengwan was already seductive enough, but he didn't expect this serious Du Lingfei, with her alluring eyes, to be even more captivating. Don't go, demoness! Bai Xiaochun shouted, suddenly chasing after her. Laughter echoed across the ice plain. The two walked one after the other, gradually moving away amidst Du Lingfei's charming laughter. Time seemed to rewind to the days when they were at the Lingxi sect. On this ice plain, the sky was a deep blue, the land vast and boundless. As far as the eye could see, there was only a sea of ice and snow, not a soul in sight. Only Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei were together in this icy landscape, surrounded by silver, walking side by side. Sometimes they laughed and talked, sometimes they were tender, reminiscing about their experiences and old times. Gradually, the feeling of misunderstanding that had existed in Bai Xiaochun's heart seemed to fade away with their companionship. Du Lingfei seemed to once again become the little Dudu in Bai Xiaochun's memory. The sound of their laughter echoed through the ice plains. A month later, deep within the northern part of the ice plains, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Little Dudu, what mission did my father assign us? Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to mind his words, shamelessly asking, I hope you can still address my father that way when you see him. Du Lingfei smiled, a smile that wasn't quite a smile, at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun forced a few laughs. He wanted to tell Du Lingfei that he wouldn't dare say such things even in front of a heavenly venerate. But then he remembered having absorbed a strand of blood hair that a heavenly venerate considered a treasure. Bai Xiaochun felt guilty. So, with a forced laugh, he changed the subject and continued to inquire about Du Lingfei's mission in the northern part. Du Lingfei hesitated for a moment. The mission her father assigned was top secret. According to principle, she couldn't tell anyone. But seeing Bai Xiaochun's curious expression, her heart softened, and she spoke softly. "It's enough that you know. Don't tell anyone else. My father sent me to the northern region to investigate my senior sister's matter." Du Lingfei whispered. "Your senior sister?" Bai Xiaochun was startled. In an instant, the image of the little girl flashed through his mind. The Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect wasn't the earliest sect in the northern region. The sect in the northern region before was the Han sect. At this point, Du Lingfei glanced at Bai Xiaochun and continued, "The Han sects have God ancestor back then. She was my father's first disciple. That's why I call her senior sister. This Han clan ancestor betrayed the sect back then, committing acts that everyone resented. But my father, out of respect for our teacher-student relationship, only wanted to capture her, not intending to kill her. However, time and again, she was incredibly vicious, ultimately trying to assassinate my father. In the end, my father, enduring the pain, killed her." Du Lingfei sighed, recounting the old story she had heard. "It's just that my senior sister was exceptionally talented. After so many years, my father recalled this matter and always felt something strange. So my father ordered me to come here, to the birthplace of the Han clan, to secretly investigate. To see if my senior sister was truly dead or just pretending to be dead. In fact, I've been investigating this for years. The reason I went to the Lingxi sect before was also because of this. Because the Lingxi sect was founded by disciples who survived the destruction of the Han sect, fleeing to the eastern region to establish their sect." Du Lingfei said this, then looked towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was shocked. He hadn't expected that Du Lingfei's arrival in the northern region was because of that girl. And now, hearing Du Lingfei's words, he finally understood why he had encountered the daughter of a heavenly venerate within the Lingxi sect. So why did she appear in the bloodstream sect's blood trial? Bai Xiaochun looked up at Du Lingfei, asking the question that had lingered in his mind. Du Lingfei was silent for a moment. Then she weakly opened her mouth. "That's because the blood ancestor of the bloodstream sect and my senior sister were once a couple. I think even if the blood ancestor were still alive, if my senior sister hadn't died, she might have been by her husband's side." These words were like a thunderclap in a clear sky, exploding in Bai Xiaochun's mind. His breathing suddenly became rapid. In this instant, many old memories became clear. Why did the blood ancestor stand there for so many years, always existing, and not being taken away by a heavenly venerate? Why, after Du Lingfei left, did the deepest secret layer of the spirit stream sect, the formation protecting the girl, become loose? All of these things now have answers. But Bai Xiaochun still had a doubt in his heart. He just didn't ask. That is, why didn't the heavenly venerate investigate all of this himself, but instead wanted Du Lingfei to investigate? Even the heavenly venerate himself, with his powerful cultivation, could forcefully uncover all the answers. But why didn't he do so? Furthermore, did the heavenly venerate truly not know about the existence of the girl? Secrets exist between people, whether it's brothers, sisters, friends, wives, or even parents. Everyone has secrets they don't want to tell others. Small secrets are one thing, but if it's a secret related to life, it can inadvertently cause discord and misunderstanding between the two of them. Du Lingfei used to be like that. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun is the same. He has secrets in his heart related to the Lingxi sect, related to the girl, related to the northern lineage's magic treasures. Time and again, he can't bring himself to say these things. He can only remain silent. Du Lingfei obviously sensed something, but didn't ask. The two remained in this silence. After walking for a while, Du Lingfei casually said, "Since I left the Lingxi sect, I've developed a habit. Whether it's confirmed or just speculation, I no longer tell my father everything. I only tell him a few things I'm absolutely certain of." Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up at Du Lingfei. He understood her words. She was telling Bai Xiaochun, and she wasn't telling the heavenly venerate everything. "My father, he's changed a little these past few years." Du Lingfei fell silent for a moment. After a while, her voice lowered slightly, whispering softly. Bai Xiaochun's mood also darkened. It seemed their previously intimate relationship was gradually changing with these words. The two silently walked forward in the ice plain. Bai Xiaochun didn't know where they were going. He thought perhaps Du Lingfei didn't know either. They just walked silently towards a certain point. Unbeknownst to them, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, accompanied by a north wind. The sky darkened. Only the snowflakes could be vaguely seen everywhere, being swept up into the sky by the wind, continuously falling. They fell on their bodies, on their hair, on the footprints behind them, slowly covering the footprints as if they had never existed. The snow grew heavier and heavier. The wind grew stronger and stronger, howling and increasingly unsettling. Listening for too long, it felt as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing and wailing all around. Let's find a place. Bai Xiaochun hesitated, looking up at Du Lingfei beside him, noticing the frost on her eyelashes, and softly spoke. But just as he said this, Bai Xiaochun's expression suddenly changed. An intense sense of life or death danger erupted, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He instantly grabbed Du Lingfei's neck and retreated backward. At this moment, Du Lingfei's breathing became rapid. Simultaneously, she allowed Bai Xiaochun to carry her away. She then formed a hand seal and suddenly pointed towards her forehead. At that very instant, from the void, from the wind and snow, a black shadow flashed through, moving with terrifying speed. Moreover, during its movement, a sudden surge of death erupted. After a missed attack, the black shadow wasted no time, unleashing a raging storm and lunging towards Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. While it sounds slow, in reality, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the black shadow lunged forward, Du Lingfei's finger struck down. Immediately, a massive golden light burst forth from Du Lingfei's body, enveloping Bai Xiaochun. Simultaneously, as the light expanded, their bodies vanished. When they reappeared, they were unexpectedly hundreds of feet away. The shadowy figure missed its target a second time, seemingly enraged, letting out a mournful howl before suddenly turning around. Even though the howling wind and snow obscured some of their vision, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei could still clearly see the figure. This shadowy figure, unexpectedly, was a mass of black mist. Within this mist was a face that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, radiating a dense, demonic aura. At this moment, amidst the piercing howl, it lunged straight towards Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei for the third time. When Bai Xiaochun clearly saw this face, his mind reeled, and he cried out in shock, It's you, this demonic face is. One of the three faces on the demonic flag on the Ghost Mother's bone ship earlier. When the Ghost Mother left, it deliberately charged towards a heavenly venerate's claw, causing itself to separate from the demonic ship, thus remaining in this fragment of the world. After the heavenly venerable went searching, the demonic face, weeping and laughing, somehow unleashed some kind of divine power and vanished without a trace. But at this moment, it unexpectedly appeared here. Moreover, upon its appearance, it was filled with murderous intent, intending to intercept and kill Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. How could it appear here? Bai Xiaochun panicked, but he didn't have time to think too much. At this moment, the weeping and laughing demonic face was close. Even the wind and snow all around seemed to be infected by the demonic energy, turning black, like sharp blades swept up by the demonic face, transforming into a storm of wind blades, suddenly rushing forward. Bai Xiaochun shouted loudly, his body violently unleashing the fifth transformation of the Cloud Thunder human ancestor. In an instant, he became enormous. He also unleashed the human mountain technique. The crescent moon in his left eye flickered with light. At the same time, he swung his left hand. The Water Marsh Kingdom suddenly descended. His right hand clenched. The domineering figure of the immortal emperor's fists seemed to transform. He struck. These were two of his most powerful killer moves. In truth, this demonic face exerted immense pressure on Bai Xiaochun, surpassing even the heavenly human realm. He himself couldn't even comprehend just how powerful this demonic face was. Almost simultaneously with Bai Xiaochun's attack, in a hurried breath, Du Lingfei's hands also formed a hand seal. A golden light immediately enveloped them, then suddenly subsided, transforming into a golden phoenix, emitting a phoenix cry. At the same time, a sea of golden flames burned across the ice plain, confronting the approaching demonic face alongside Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei joining forces, The weeping and laughing demonic face let out a strange, cackling laugh. A mocking glint appeared in its eyes. Its body twisted, transforming from its demonic face into a black, misty claw. The dark claw, incredibly sharp, seemed capable of tearing through the void. Upon its appearance, the heavens and earth instantly changed color. From all directions, a torrent of icy energy erupted, overwhelming everything. The demonic face transformed into a black claw and directly struck out. With a deafening roar, the first impact of this claw landed on the giant foot of the Water Marsh Kingdom. A deafening, ear-splitting sound reverberated in all directions. The giant foot of the Water Marsh Kingdom trembled violently, but it was powerless to resist, utterly shattered by this single blow. Even a painful scream echoed from the distant void as the foot crumbled. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The golden fire phoenix, conjured by Du Lingfei's divine power, flew out, hurtling straight towards the demonic claw. In an instant, the golden fire phoenix clashed with the demonic claw, as if it were being crushed and torn apart. The golden fire phoenix let out a mournful cry and shattered into pieces. Du Lingfei also spat out fresh blood. 3 deep wounds, reaching to the bone, appeared on her shoulder. It was in this very moment that Bai Xiaochun's right hand, under the human ancestor transformation and the human mountain technique, unleashed the immortal Emperor Fist, carrying unparalleled dominance, and slammed down. The heavens and earth trembled as Bai Xiaochun's punch landed, shattering his human ancestor transformation and splitting the human mountain technique into pieces. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. Even the immortal Emperor Fist was directly disintegrated. But the combined power of him and Du Lingfei was absolutely extraordinary. Although the demonic claw was shattered, the continuous impacts finally caused the demonic claw in midair to tremble under the power of the immortal Emperor's Fist, its momentum abruptly halting. Taking advantage of this pause, Du Lingfei quickly formed a hand seal. A golden light suddenly appeared around her, enveloping her and Bai Xiaochun, whose mouths were still dripping with blood, as they rapidly retreated. In an instant, they had retreated over 1,000 feet, and still hadn't stopped. It was unclear what divine ability Du Lingfei had unleashed, but her speed suddenly exploded. With a flash, she had reached beyond 10,000 feet. With another flash, the two were already far beyond sight. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The demonic claw paused in midair for a moment, then twisted, once again transforming into a weeping and laughing demonic face. Its eyes were still filled with mockery and greed. "You can't escape." The sound was like countless voices speaking at once. The strange creature smirked and suddenly gave chase. In fact, its appearance here was due to the aura emanating from Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, an aura that only it could sense. Even if Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei fled, in its perception, they were like torches in the dark night, incredibly clear. High in the sky, within the golden light circle, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei's faces were pale. Du Lingfei gritted her teeth, deployed her secret technique, and teleported away. How could it appear here? Bai Xiaochun's expression showed unease and worrying. He took out some pills and gave them to Du Lingfei. At the same time, he himself swallowed quite a few. The regenerative ability of his immortal blood was now evident. His physical strength, previously depleted, had finally recovered about 70 or 80%. But even so, it was all meaningless. Earlier, when he attacked, Bai Xiaochun had already realized that the demonic face's power was not that of a celestial being. In other words, with him and Du Lingfei joining forces, they could be considered invincible below the demigod level. Perhaps I know why it wants to appear. I think my father is also coming soon. Du Lingfei took a deep breath, a cold feeling appearing in her eyes. When she said the two words father, her body trembled, as if her heart was aching. Hearing Du Lingfei's words, Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He felt that Du Lingfei's thoughts seemed a little off. A daughter in danger, her father coming to her rescue. This, to Bai Xiaochun, was an extremely normal occurrence. But he didn't say anything more. At this moment, as his body recovered, he pulled Du Lingfei's arm and quickly moved forward. The speed of the Immortal Forbidden's technique suddenly unfolded. At the same time, combined with the yellow light circle of Du Lingfei's teleportation, the two of them, under the relentless pursuit of the laughing and crying demon-faced heavenly venerate, moved faster and faster. Their speed, though astonishing, still far surpassed that of a celestial being even with their combined efforts. Even if they could catch up to a demigod, under the relentless pressure of the demonic face, escaping would be extremely difficult. As they moved, a howling wind swept behind them, like the wailing of vengeful spirits. This sound, entering their ears, instantly shook them to their core. Especially Du Lingfei, whose golden phoenix she had transformed into earlier was torn apart by the demonic claws. She also sustained 3 shocking wounds on her shoulder. Although she had suppressed her emotions, the echoing demonic sounds caused black energy to surge from the wounds. After the black energy appeared, it coalesced into a demonic head emitting a chilling, terrifying laugh. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Du Lingfei's mouth. Her face was pale, but her eyes were cold and calm. Although she was the daughter of a heavenly venerate and possessed life-preserving artifacts, she understood that facing the demonic face from the extraterrestrial ghost mother's worship, these life-preserving methods were of little use. Currently, this golden aura was, in fact, her greatest life-preserving technique. Whether in terms of speed or defense, it was the strongest in the Tongshan continent. If the opponent were a demigod, they would be completely unable to break through this aura in a short time, nor could they harm her body. Furthermore, the aura's teleportation ability also rendered demigods helpless. But today, they were not facing a demigod, but a demonic face comparable to an extraterrestrial heavenly venerate. Seeing Du Lingfei spitting out fresh blood and noticing the black mist emanating from her shoulder, Bai Xiaochun felt heartbroken. In this critical moment, while fleeing, he immediately took out some medicinal pills from his storage bag, intending to give them to Du Lingfei to treat her injuries. There's no time for treatment. We have to escape quickly. Du Lingfei's face turned even paler, but she gritted her teeth and forcefully deployed her light circle, continuing to teleport. However, this time, her injuries worsened. The black mist around her shoulder became increasingly dense, even spreading. Her injuries are so severe, we must treat them even if there's no time. Bai Xiaochun said nothing, raising his right hand to push aside the torn part of Du Lingfei's shoulder. When it was revealed, her shoulder had turned a dark black. He also saw 3 terrifying wounds there, so deep that the bone was visible. Moreover, these wounds were rapidly rotting. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun felt heartbroken. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his right hand to the wound. As Du Lingfei's body trembled, the rotting flesh on her shoulder seemed to be gouged away, then instantly dissolved, revealing the bone beneath the wound. Her bones were unlike those of ordinary people. The bone exposed within the wound suddenly resembled glass, even emitting an aura that Bai Xiaochun found familiar. This startled Bai Xiaochun. But time was of the essence. He didn't have time to think much. He immediately took out many medicinal pills, crushed them, and applied them directly to Du Lingfei's wound, binding the bone. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun channeled his cultivation to help Du Lingfei heal. Du Lingfei's breath was rapid, and her entire body was enveloped in a flickering yellow light. With Bai Xiaochun's assistance, her wounds healed considerably, barely suppressing her injuries. She quickly teleported again. Amidst the resounding explosions, the 2 reappeared in the distance. Without stopping, they continued to fly swiftly. The wind behind them still howled. Although the distance to the ghostly sound was somewhat far, it was clearly closing in. Bai Xiaochun was worried. But at this moment, he couldn't help but recall Du Lingfei's glass-like bones from earlier. Why are her bones like glass? I remember they weren't like this when we were at Lingxi sect. Bai Xiaochun hesitated repeatedly. Even though he knew this was a critical moment of escape and it wasn't appropriate to ask, he still asked. Du Lingfei wasn't surprised by this question. If someone else had asked, she wouldn't have answered. But since Bai Xiaochun had spoken up, she didn't hesitate and gently explained. This is the heavenly venerate bone that my father gave me to cultivate, a secret technique for heavenly venerates. Heavenly venerate bone? Bai Xiaochun hesitated slightly. He believed Du Lingfei wasn't lying to him with this explanation. But in his mind, the image of Du Lingfei's crystal bone from earlier still wouldn't go away. He thought of the 2 skeletons on the bone boat he had taken. One golden skeleton was the immortal bone. The other skeleton was the crystal bone of the longevity scroll. After comparing them, Bai Xiaochun vaguely felt that the aura of the crystal bone of the longevity scroll and Du Lingfei's crystal bone were very similar. But there seemed to be a difference. This made Bai Xiaochun's heart a little confused. This wasn't the time to carefully think, investigate, or question. Bai Xiaochun could only suppress this matter, using all his strength along with Du Lingfei, flying quickly away into the distance. Time passed. From the moment they were injured and began fleeing until now, it seemed like a long time had gone by. But in reality, it was only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After Du Lingfei deployed her teleportation technique once more, suddenly the wind roared all around them. Sobbing sounds, like mournful wails, erupted in all directions. Escape quickly. The sounds, like a multitude of beings simultaneously sobbing in the wind, appeared at the same time, accompanied by mournful wails, tinged with a mocking, cat-like glint. Bai Xiaochun's expression changed. The fluctuations in Du Lingfei's cultivation caused the two to suddenly change direction. But before they could act, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled. A gigantic black demonic claw, conjured from the heavens, suddenly descended towards them, fiercely grabbing at them. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. Du Lingfei suffered the same fate. Both narrowly avoided the attack, but their bodies felt as if they were being torn apart. Their cultivation seemed to vanish, and they plummeted from the sky. Almost instantly upon their descent, the ghostly hand transformed into a dense black mist, enveloping a 1,000-foot radius. Within this 1,000-foot area, a prison-like enclosure seemed to separate them from heaven and earth, cutting off all contact. Inside this 1,000-foot black mist, countless vengeful spirits transformed and shrieked, lunging towards Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, attempting to bite and tear at them, but were blocked by the golden light circle. However, clearly, under the attack of these vengeful spirits, the light circle itself became distorted. Looking down from the sky, one would be horrified to discover that this so-called 1,000-foot thick black mist was actually a gigantic demonic face. Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei appeared to be surrounded, but in reality, they had, at some point, been swallowed whole by this weeping and laughing demonic face. What a sweet taste! This taste, it wasn't in vain that I chased you all the way here. Once I digest you too, I'll definitely be able to restore my strength to its peak. Although this yellow guardian light is a bit troublesome, it's still too weak. The demonic face's voice, filled with excitement, echoed everywhere. The vengeful spirits surrounding Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei went berserk, relentlessly attacking. Even though Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei possessed astonishing and extraordinary combat power, they were still trapped within this 1,000-foot thick black fog. Continuing to flee, those vengeful spirits were practically unkillable. Normally, Bai Xiaochun would shatter them with a single punch, only for them to instantly reappear. Du Lingfei's golden aura, however, was extremely weak within the black fog, trembling as if it could shatter at any moment. One could imagine that once the aura burst open, the vengeful spirits surrounding them would all simultaneously attack. When will her father arrive? Bai Xiaochun anxiously paced. This life-or-death crisis, if the heavenly venerate didn't arrive, was a viable solution. It seemed the only way was to use this ice leaf to awaken the girl. But Bai Xiaochun wasn't sure if the girl would be able to confront these demonic faces after waking up. On the other hand, if the baby girl were to awaken at this moment, everything would be exposed. He's here. Du Lingfei's voice lowered slightly as she whispered. Huh? Bai Xiaochun was stunned. Just then, the golden light surrounding their bodies, unable to withstand the pressure from all sides, suddenly shattered. But as soon as the golden light shattered, the vengeful spirits all around shrieked and lunged forward. In an instant, a golden lightning bolt suddenly condensed from within the shattered golden light. In a flash, the golden lightning bolt pierced through the void, rapidly traversing the 1,000-foot thick fog, invisible to the naked eye. Amidst the mournful screams of the demonic faces, the lightning bolt, like a splitting axe, directly pierced through the 1,000-foot thick black fog. Wherever it passed, all the vengeful spirits vanished into thin air. Boom! Everything in its path shattered. The 1,000-foot thick black mist was torn into, transforming into swirling mist that once again condensed not far away, forming a weeping and laughing demonic face. At this moment, it suddenly raised its head, looking towards the golden lightning bolt, and let out a loud roar. Heavenly Venerable! Almost instantly after the demonic face opened its mouth, the golden lightning bolt twisted and turned, and finally, from within the lightning bolt, a figure in a green robe emerged, bearing the aura of an emperor. This person was full of imposing presence, and their countenance exuded an aura of authority without anger. It was the heavenly venerable. You've been hiding for so long, and I've finally found you. The heavenly venerable's face showed a smile, his eyes filled with excitement. In an instant, he charged straight towards the demonic face. The demonic face let out a mournful cry, as if knowing there was no escape. At this moment, it finally charged forward, directly engaging in battle with the heavenly venerable. In a short time, deafening explosions reverberated in all directions. At this moment, although Bai Xiaochun survived the accident, he felt no joy whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with a chilling sensation. Initially, when Du Lingfei mentioned her father, her voice was icy cold, and Bai Xiaochun still felt that something was amiss with Du Lingfei. But today, the heavenly venerate appeared from within the golden light circle. Recalling Du Lingfei's words, it was clear that the heavenly venerate had arrived long ago, but had remained hidden, leaving Du Lingfei and himself enveloped in the black mist, waiting for an opportunity while they faced life or death peril. This opportunity, clearly, was waiting for the demonic face to be severely injured, and it seemed that this opportunity, in the heavenly venerate's eyes, was even more important than his daughter's safety. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. When he looked at Du Lingfei beside him, he saw the loss and bitterness on her pale face. If Bai Xiaochun's understanding of the heavenly venerate was based on speculation and judgment, Du Lingfei, being the heavenly venerate's daughter, understood her father even better. She had originally thought that her father's arrangement for her and Bai Xiaochun to be in the northern region was truly because of whether her senior sister had died. She had diligently investigated, but today she understood that her senior sister's matter was secondary. Although she was left behind, it was because the heavenly venerate wanted her and Bai Xiaochun to act as bait to attract the demonic face that emerged from the bone ship. Although she didn't know why her father thought she and Bai Xiaochun would attract this demonic face, it was clear that this demonic face had indeed arrived. Father, all your efforts are just to leave this place, but is leaving here really that important, to surpass family ties? Du Lingfei felt her heart being torn apart. She watched her father, suspended in midair, battling the demonic face. At this moment, the heavenly venerate's injuries seemed to have recovered considerably. For some unknown reason, the demonic face finally showed signs of defeat, quickly retreating. The heavenly venerate snorted coldly and pursued. It took so much effort to find you. How could I let you escape? You didn't hesitate to use your flesh and blood to lure me. Such a temperament, truly worthy of a hero. A cold laugh emanated from the demonic face. So what? The heavenly venerate looked at him indifferently and suddenly chased after him. He didn't think using Du Lingfei this time was a mistake. He saw that Du Lingfei wasn't dead. This demonic face was unpredictable and elusive. Once it escaped, no one could find it. He was determined to capture this demonic face. He used Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei as bait to capture this demonic face, and at the same time, use it to understand the situation in the outside world. On another level, he intended to refine it and make it his own. Once successful, his combat power would increase significantly. At that point, he would have many options, whether he forcefully ordered the Tomb Guardians to open the Great Gate to the world or devised his own plan. In fact, the departure of the bone ship had already driven him to despair. This demonic face's voluntary stay was his only way to take one last step outside. In pursuit, the heavenly venerable and the weeping, laughing demonic face had directly soared into the air, disappearing into the void, vanishing in an instant. Clearly, given their cultivation levels, they had already moved far away from this place to an unknown location. As they departed, the whistling wind across the ice plain gradually subsided, restoring the tranquility once more. But Bai Xiaochun found it difficult to calm himself down. He didn't know how to comfort Du Lingfei. Looking at Du Lingfei's figure, Bai Xiaochun sighed softly. He walked closer to Du Lingfei and slowly pulled her closer. At first, Du Lingfei's body was a little stiff, but as the warmth from Bai Xiaochun slowly spread, her body softened, as if she had lost all strength. He wasn't like this before, Du Lingfei whispered softly. At this moment, she showed a vulnerable side, making Bai Xiaochun sigh softly. Xiaochun, tell me, is leaving this world really that important? After a long time, Du Lingfei took a deep breath, as if she had recovered somewhat. She looked up at Bai Xiaochun and asked softly, I don't know either, but if it were me, I wouldn't want to leave this place. I feel that the Tangshan continent is very good, and the savage wilderness isn't bad either, so why leave? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head. His words were from the heart. In fact, he didn't understand why the Heavenly Venerate was so eager to leave, treating the Tangshan continent as a prison. He felt that with ample lifespan, family and friends, and the vastness of the Tangshan continent, it was all very good. As for the outside world, judging from this ghost mother, it must be full of danger. If it's dangerous, why would he want to go outside? On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun also felt that the tomb guardians were a bit stubborn. If the Heavenly Venerate wanted to escape, wouldn't it be better to just open the gate and let him go? Hearing Bai Xiaochun's words, Du Lingfei smiled. That smile was beautiful. At this moment, in the darkness, moonlight shone down. In the moonlight, Du Lingfei's smiling face was accentuated by the surrounding ice and snow, making her especially beautiful. I don't want to leave this place either. I want to be like you, in a quiet place, with family and friends, living peacefully, but I have no friends. Xiaochun, I'm so old, and I don't have a single friend. I've never even seen my mother. Du Lingfei whispered. Bai Xiaochun remained silent. He only held Du Lingfei tighter. Then the two slowly walked forward, without any specific direction. They didn't care where they were going. It seemed that in this darkness, on this ice plain, just walking forward like this, they could eventually reach the end. A night passed. As the sun rose from the distant sky, its light slowly illuminating the earth, Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei, who had been traveling all night, suddenly stopped. When they looked up, a golden lightning bolt roared down from the sky. Its speed incredibly fast, piercing through the void and descending into the air above their heads, transforming into a figure clad in a green robe. The Heavenly Venerate had returned. In his hand, he held a mass of black mist. Twisted within the mist was a weeping and laughing demonic face. But no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape the Heavenly Venerate's grasp. However, despite having successfully captured the demonic face, the Heavenly Venerate's expression was somewhat somber and grim. At this moment, upon his return, his divine consciousness suddenly spread out, sweeping over Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. Then he looked around in all directions. After a while, he withdrew this vast expanse of divine consciousness. The weeping and laughing demon finally stopped fleeing. He was captured by the Heavenly Venerable. But after capturing the demon, he discovered that it might not be a complete entity, but rather a fragment of its soul. The main soul was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, the demon was being deceitful and cautious. Although extremely tempted by the Heavenly Venerable's prey, he still spared no expense in deploying a secret technique, separating a fragment of its soul that almost possessed demigod power to test it out. Although the Heavenly Venerable successfully captured this fragment, he had alerted the enemy. He understood that finding the main soul of the demon would be extremely difficult. In a short period of time, the opponent could hide so well that he couldn't find any trace of it. However, fortunately, having this fragment of soul in his hands wasn't without its gains. Although not perfect, it was better than nothing. Thinking this, the Heavenly Venerate took a deep breath, lowered his head, and his gaze swept over Bai Xiaochun and Du Lingfei. He raised his right hand and waved it. A token instantly materialized and shot straight towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed, and after a moment of hesitation, he accepted the token. There's nothing more for you to do. Take this token. You can use the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder Sex teleportation array to return to the Tangshan Eastern Meridian. After saying this, the Heavenly Venerate no longer paid attention to Bai Xiaochun, but instead looked towards Du Lingfei. His gaze softened slightly. Fire, let's go. Du Lingfei hesitated, intending to refuse. But in the end, she bowed her head and hugged Bai Xiaochun tightly, as if bidding farewell. Bai Xiaochun didn't let go, pulling Du Lingfei along, and looked up at the Heavenly Venerate in the sky. He gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. Heavenly Venerate, I and FEI. Bai Xiaochun had just begun to speak, but before he could finish, a cold glint flashed in the Heavenly Venerate's eyes, directly interrupting him. I know what you want to say. You're not qualified to keep my daughter by your side. Wait until you reach the demigod realm before you speak. Having said that, the Heavenly Venerate turned and walked towards the void. Du Lingfei looked at Bai Xiaochun and shook her head. She took a deep breath as if sorting out her emotions, and silently ascended into the void, walking to the heavenly venerate's side, gradually moving away. Bai Xiaochun stood there, watching the heavenly venerate and his daughter leave. His heart was filled with complex emotions. He had always thought that as the heavenly venerate's daughter, Du Lingfei was high and mighty and always cheerful. But the scene on the northern ice plain made him understand Du Lingfei's suffering and the heavenly venerate's coldness towards familial affection. Demigod. In Bai Xiaochun's eyes, determination and unwavering resolve shone. When Bai Xiaochun first entered the cultivation world, he didn't know what a demigod was, let alone considered it a goal. But now, having reached the mid-stage of the heavenly human realm, he had encountered many demigods. Especially back in the giant ghost city of the savage wilderness, he had once sensed a drop of soul blood from a demigod within the giant ghost king. For him, becoming a demigod was no longer an unattainable goal. What gave Bai Xiaochun confidence was the girl's words. Using the northern vein as a foundation, he would create a magical artifact, drawing upon the accumulated power of heaven and earth from many years. Whether this creation would ultimately lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun didn't know. But he was confident that once he absorbed this creation, his combat power would surely sweep across all heavenly human realms. Even a demigod wouldn't be impossible to fight. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. His body instantly transformed into a rainbow, leaving this place and flying into the distance. A few days later, he found a cave formed by glaciers and sat cross-legged in meditation. Worried that the heavenly venerate would return, Bai Xiaochun didn't immediately summon the girl, but quietly waited. After half a month, and confirming that the heavenly venerate wouldn't return, Bai Xiaochun still felt uneasy. He continued to meditate, waiting for another 3 months. Until this day, Bai Xiaochun couldn't wait any longer. His closed eyes suddenly opened. He took a deep breath, took the girl's coffin out of his storage bag, and placed it before him. At this moment, he looked at the girl inside the coffin, hesitating slightly. I've said everything I needed to say to this Hanman ancestor. If she deceives me, it won't benefit her. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, took out the ice leaf, and slowly placed it on top of the coffin. The moment the ice leaf touched the coffin, it pierced through, falling onto the girl's forehead, emitting a dazzling light before quickly disappearing. Bai Xiaochun was a little nervous, staring intently at the coffin. It was at this moment that the voice of the girl, whom he hadn't heard for a long time, reached his ears. The aura of the northern meridian, the aura of icy coldness, the aura of awakening. You did very well. I only have 100 breaths of time to awaken. I can't truly awaken yet. Follow my instructions and find the entrance to the connection point. After you get there, I will use 100 breaths to open the door of the magic treasure. The voice carried a hint of agitation, then immediately transmitted its consciousness to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, his expression serious. For months, he had been thinking carefully about this matter. Now he had made his choice. He resolutely stood up, following the girl's instructions, and left the cave, quickly flying towards the depths of the northern ice plain. Before long, Bai Xiaochun arrived at the location the girl had indicated. There was a massive glacier there. After observing the glacier closely, Bai Xiaochun raised his right foot and stomped down fiercely. Immediately, the ground exploded and a huge crack appeared. Bai Xiaochun looked down several times, then instantly slipped into the crack, hurtling straight into the depths of the earth. Whenever he encountered ice, he simply broke through it. And so, with unstoppable force, he reached the bottom of this ice plain in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn out. The air around them was incredibly cold. Beneath this ice plain, there existed an enormous ice cave. Huge ice spikes hung from the top of the cave. Even on all sides, there were countless small glaciers, giving off a sharp, chilling aura. At this moment, upon Bai Xiaochun's appearance, he immediately saw a massive mirror-like surface, resembling a lake, suddenly appear on the ground of the ice cave. The mirror was made of ice. Ancient energy emanated from the edges of the mirror. Especially in this stillness, after Bai Xiaochun stepped onto the mirror and bowed his head, he saw his reflection beneath his feet. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling arose. It's here. You know the consequences of deceiving me. I won't compete with you for the spirit of the artifact to make it a magic weapon. If you don't intend to harm me, that's good. But if you do, then take me back. You surely understand how to choose. Bai Xiaojun's expression turned serious. Immediately, a thought flashed through his mind. Very quickly, the excited voice of the little girl echoed in his head. This is the place. Quickly get my coffin. In response to the little girl's exclamation, Bai Xiaojun didn't hesitate, directly taking out the coffin and placing it on the ice mirror. As the coffin fell, it suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful awakening wave of energy surged from within. At the same time, the little girl's voice quickly echoed in Bai Xiaojun's mind. But we need 100 breaths to open this connection point. Once it's opened, we'll be sucked into the world inside the magic artifact. There, I need some time to merge with this magic artifact, eventually becoming its spirit. You will also be there, absorbing the accumulated power of heaven and earth over countless years. Trust me, when we come out, you won't regret your decision. The girl's voice became urgent, almost uncontrollably excited. After saying these words, in an instant, the coffin was completely enveloped in dazzling light. At the same time, the coffin quickly merged. As it merged, Bai Xiaojun vaguely saw that the girl inside the coffin was rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, she could transform into the size of a normal person. It was vaguely visible that she was a stunningly beautiful woman. Although his vision was obscured by the blinding light, making it difficult to see clearly, he could still discern the graceful lines and captivating curves of her figure. Moreover, in that instant, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from her, not soaring upwards, but instead merging into the ice mirror. Immediately, the ice mirror rippled with waves of vibrations, as if merging into a lake. After the woman took a deep breath, her entire body directly merged into the mirror. As she merged, the mirror's vibrations intensified. Loud rumbling sounds echoed all around. Bai Xiaojun's heart pounded, and he nervously stared into the mirror. Time passed with each breath. The vibrations on the mirror became increasingly intense and indistinct. Finally, it formed a vortex centered around the point where the woman had merged. The vortex had just begun to move somewhat slowly, but after 20 breaths, its movement gradually accelerated, as if wanting to pierce through this mirror-like surface, using this point of contact to forge a passage and enter into the magic artifact. By the time 40 breaths passed, the vortex emitted a resounding explosion, becoming the only sound inside this ice cave, spreading everywhere. At the same time, countless ice spikes and small glaciers inside the ice cave couldn't withstand it and continuously shattered. Bai Xiaojun didn't pay attention to the shattered ice spikes. At this moment, he was anxiously observing the vortex and calculating the time. 50 breaths, 60 breaths, 70 breaths. Bai Xiaojun felt his heart beating faster and faster. His breathing became rapid. At the time of 70 breaths, the vortex beneath his feet had become incredibly violent. Vaguely, Bai Xiaojun could see a small hole at its center, like a hole formed by the vortex's movement. Through this small hole, he vaguely saw inside, as if a world existed. There are still less than 30 breaths left. Bai Xiaojun couldn't help but take a few more steps closer. But in this instant, amidst the rumbling all around, a sound suddenly appeared. It was the sound of sobbing wine, like a mournful wail. As soon as this sound appeared, Bai Xiaojun's expression changed. He suddenly turned his head. He saw a dark figure in the distance, rushing towards him through the crack of the ice river. Weren't you captured by the heavenly venerate? After Bai Xiaojun clearly saw the dark figure, a loud bang echoed in his head. He exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, his heart was violently shaken. He became even more worried that the heavenly venerate might be lurking nearby. Heavenly venerate! He only captured my soul fragment. That dark figure is the weeping and laughing demon face. At this moment, amidst a ferocious laugh, he looked towards the vortex at Bai Xiaojun's feet. His eyes were filled with an intense, extreme greed. The demonic face's reply sent a shock through Bai Xiaojun's heart, and he suddenly realized something. Although the heavenly venerate wasn't present, his anxiety lessened somewhat, but it quickly intensified. Even if it were just this demonic face alone, Bai Xiaojun was still far from being his match. At the same time, the greed in the other's eyes filled Bai Xiaojun with fear. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Damn it, why could the heavenly venerate only capture a single soul fragment? Bai Xiaojun's breath hitched. He suddenly retreated. Beneath this ice plain, there truly is a treasure world hidden. Haha, the heavenly venerate couldn't sense it, but it couldn't be hidden from me. My calculations weren't in vain. I only want to follow you, and I can forge a connection with this treasure. Even if I sacrifice a part of my soul to obtain this treasure, this piece of world, it will all be mine. The demonic face was extremely excited. Its eyes emitted the most dazzling light ever. Its entire body radiated astonishing cultivation fluctuations as it charged forward. Damn it, there are still more than 20 breaths left. Bai Xiaochun's mood was frustrated, his face pale. He was extremely anxious, and his body quickly retreated. He knew very well that even though this crying and laughing demonic face was incomplete, it was at least a demigod-level battle force, and he couldn't possibly resist it. In the blink of an eye, as Bai Xiaochun retreated, the weeping, laughing demonic face, with its ferocious laughter and greedy expression, flew from afar into the vortex on the mirror's surface. Without even glancing at Bai Xiaochun, it charged straight towards the center of the vortex, roaring, "The world treasure is mine." The weeping, laughing demonic face was filled with excitement and exhilaration, its eyes fixed on the approaching center. Bai Xiaochun's eyes were filled with rage. Even though he didn't know the exact consequences of the girl's fusion being interrupted, he could easily deduce that the consequences would be extremely serious. In his desperation, Bai Xiaochun's eyes began to redden. He clearly understood that if this demonic face seized a treasure, his and the girl's near-fatal failure would be secondary. This time, he feared he might even lose his life. In any case, this demonic figure was unlikely to let him leave, thus revealing that he had obtained a secret treasure. Without time to think or worrying too much, Bai Xiaochun let out a loud shout. In that instant, his body directly activated the human ancestor transformation. Amidst the rumbling sounds, he rushed towards the demonic face, his body continuously growing larger. His strides became increasingly longer. After 3 steps, he directly activated the 5th human ancestor transformation. The crescent moon in his left eye shone brightly, its ferocious power comparable to the 8th human ancestor transformation. After combining it with the human mountain technique he unleashed, his body and cultivation merged, allowing Bai Xiaochun to unleash power comparable to a peak late-stage heavenly human in a short period of time. Although not complete, it was very close. The power formed a storm. A loud explosion erupted. In an instant, the immortal forbiddance technique was activated. Suddenly, he reappeared in front of the demonic face. His expression was filled with reckless madness, and he roared with fury. "Come back to me!" A thunderous roar echoed simultaneously. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand. The immortal emperor fist was unleashed, a punch thrown. This punch was completely unrestrained, releasing all the power of his body. The powerful demon-faced figure's eyes flashed, but a mocking smile appeared on his lips, and he didn't retreat at all. He directly struck towards Bai Xiaochun's immortal emperor fist. In an instant, deep beneath the ground, a thunderous roar erupted. Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood, his body rapidly retreating. The immortal emperor fist dissipated, the human mountain technique shattered, the human ancestor's transformation disintegrated. His entire body, inside and out, felt as if it were being shaken, on the verge of disintegration. "You don't know your own limits." The demon-faced figure sneered coldly. His body only paused for a moment before rushing towards the center of the vortex. But it was precisely at this moment that the formidable power of the immortal blood was revealed. In just a few breaths, Bai Xiaochun, severely injured, recovered more than half of his strength. Seeing the demonic face approaching, Bai Xiaochun felt a shock in his head. With a roar, he unleashed the mountain-shattering charge, charging violently towards the demonic face. At the same time, he formed hand seals. Suddenly, the water marsh kingdom descended. A chilling aura spread everywhere, forming numerous icy shadows that rushed towards the demonic face from all directions. Feeling that this wasn't enough, Bai Xiaochun patted his storage bag and finally pulled out a bundle of multicolored flames, throwing them without hesitation. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions resounded. Cracks appeared in the surrounding ice. The multicolored flames, in particular, transformed the ice cave into a sea of fire. Even the laughing and crying demonic face, with its demigod-level combat power, frowned. If it were elsewhere, breaking through these barriers would be as easy as pie. Even killing Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be difficult. But now, inside this ice cave, he was worried about causing too much commotion and being discovered by outsiders. On the other hand, He could see that within the vortex of ice, there was a consciousness undergoing preliminary fusion with a magic artifact. He truly had neither the time nor the inclination to linger with Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, what he wanted most was to rush in, devour this consciousness before the fusion was complete, and replace the other party in fusing the magic artifact. "I'll deal with you later." The demonic face snorted coldly without the slightest hesitation. A strange incantation emanated from its mouth. The sound was not the language of the Tangshan continent. As the sound echoed around, black mist instantly emanated from the demonic face's body. This mist transformed into 9 runes, constantly rotating around the demonic face's body. Any force emitted was terrifying to Bai Xiaochun. Clearly, for this demonic face, the divine power of these 9 large runes was like wielding primal energy. At this moment, after unleashing it, he was clearly a little weaker than before. But these 9 large runes emitted an incredibly dazzling light. Borrowing these 9 runes, the demonic face didn't hesitate at all, directly charging forward. He ignored Bai Xiaochun's mountain-shattering strike, Water Marsh Kingdom, and this terrifying sea of fire. Amidst the loud explosions, the runes around his body continuously moved. He was able to directly penetrate all of Bai Xiaochun's divine abilities. When he appeared, he was unexpectedly right beside Bai Xiaochun. The runes suddenly expanded, directly striking Bai Xiaochun's body. Bai Xiaochun's entire body trembled violently, his chest caved in, and blood gushed out in mouthfuls. In an instant, his injuries became extremely severe. His vision also became somewhat blurry. His body was violently thrown away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After throwing Bai Xiaochun away, the demonic faces as revealed extreme greed. Unexpectedly, it appeared at the center of the vortex, intending to directly rush towards it. And once it jumped in, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had become frenzied. His heaven-penetrating dharma on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a purple light that directly enveloped the demonic face. In the blink of an eye, as the purple light shone down, the demonic face within the purple light condensed and paused for a moment. But it was only a blink of an eye, and the demonic face returned to normal. Although he was furious at the hateful Bai Xiaochun for bothering him, he didn't have time to pay attention to it and lunged forward again. Half of his head had already entered the center of the vortex. Even the worried consciousness of the little girl echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. There are only a few breaths left. "Stop him!" Bai Xiaochun's eyes turned bloodshot, letting out a mournful roar. "Demon face, you forced me." At this moment, Bai Xiaochun had no other choice. He directly and forcefully shattered and destroyed another drop of his immortal blood. As the immortal blood shattered and perished, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from his body, spreading throughout him and enveloping everything. At this moment, his eyes also became extremely sinister. In the blink of an eye, his body took another step forward, unleashing a bloodthirsty aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Bai Xiaochun's consciousness had become hazy. At this moment, he seemed to be acting on the instincts of this body, under the of the divine slaughter, intensely, craving to devour all living beings in the surrounding area. And currently, the closest thing to Bai Xiaochun inside this ice cave was that demonic face. Almost instantly, under the accelerated diffusion of the divine slaughter blood energy, Bai Xiaochun seemed to pass through the void, directly reappearing beside the demonic face. The blood energy suddenly enveloped him. Bai Xiaochun raised his right hand and fiercely grabbed towards the demonic face. Half of the demonic face's head had entered the center of the vortex, and its entire body trembled. Even he felt a sense of danger rising in his heart. His body, under the influence of Bai Xiaochun's blood energy claw, was directly pulled out of the center of the vortex. "Damn it, this is blood technique," the demonic face roared angrily. He suddenly turned his head and immediately saw Bai Xiaochun's entire body overflowing with blood energy. Especially at this moment, Bai Xiaochun's blood energy had inflicted some damage on him. This shocked the demonic face. It was in this instant, as the demonic face was pulled out by Bai Xiaochun, that the 100 breaths of time for the girl's fusion had passed. The entire ice vortex instantly became violent. An immense, overwhelming suction force, as if wanting to suck everything in all directions into this vortex. Bai Xiaochun and the demonic face were both uncontrollably drawn in by this powerful gravitational pull, hurtling straight towards the vortex. Miss the first opportunity. We can only enter the artifact and find a way to seize control. The demonic face was furious. His eyes flashed, realizing Bai Xiaojun was in trouble. This person's soul is weak. This blood technique will be difficult to integrate with his soul. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to deal with. The demonic face snorted coldly. As his body was sucked into the vortex, 9 runes outside his body flickered, rushing towards Bai Xiaojun. You dare to obstruct my plans. To deal with this kind of blood technique that lacks consciousness and only relies on instinct, the best method is seal. The demonic face's voice rang out. An unusually dark light shone in his eyes. These 9 runes immediately roared, instantly enveloping Bai Xiaojun. In the dazzling light, layer upon layer, overlapping images appeared, like moving mountains and filling seas, transforming into layers of seals that directly enveloped Bai Xiaojun. The moment his seal descended, the thunder within the swirling vortex erupted with unprecedented force, shaking the 8 directions. In an instant, the gravitational pull within the vortex became extremely violent, directly sucking Bai Xiaojun, the demonic face, and everything inside the ice cave into the vortex. The moment they were sucked in, the vortex shattered, the glass broke, and the ice cave collapsed. Deep within the northern heavenly meridian, a section of the ice plain collapsed. The area of collapse was not small, spreading in all directions. Countless layers of ice shattered. In the short span of a day, a massive crack formed. Looking back, it was as if a giant had punched the glacier, creating a shocking wound. It even affected all 4 surrounding areas, making the 9 Heavens Cloud Thunder sect particularly concerned. Not only did the Cloud Thunder sect members come, but even the northern branch demigods themselves descended. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any clues. It seemed everything had been completely sucked away by the gravitational pull of the previous vortex. These are chaotic times. Finally, the northern branch demigod shook his head and sighed softly. If it were a different time, he might have had the energy and time to find the cause of the ice plain's collapse. But today, he had no such mood. Looking up, he gazed towards Tongshan Island. After a moment, his gaze returned, finally looking towards the direction of the savage wilderness. A deep weariness was hidden in his eyes. In fact, ever since the Heavenly Venerable took a disciple at the trial site, he had harbored some resentment towards the Heavenly Venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned that this place was the northern region when he saw Du Lingfei. But even with his resentment, he couldn't express it in front of the Heavenly Venerable. He understood that his resentment wasn't his alone. He understood even more. Based on the Heavenly Venerable's personality, after the failed world-shattering battle in the savage wilderness, and then another failure on this bone ship, now there was probably only one path left. The war might start very soon. The northern region demigod murmured, sighed, and turned to leave. As the northern region people disappeared, the collapsed ice plain slowly returned to silence. The wind and snow once again enveloped it. Perhaps after a few years, everything here would be buried in ice and snow. Even the cracks in the collapsed ground would gradually close. But deep within this ice plain, in the boundless depths, even demigods or even heavenly venerables would find it difficult to detect the treasure within this world, a world entirely different from their own. This colossal artifact takes the entire northern mountain range as its body. Its immense interior, while not comparable to the northern mountain range, is at least 3/3 its size. Only the central area, like the northern mountain range, is covered in ice and snow. To the east lies a vast ocean. The seawater here is not blue, but rather resembles rain, with torrential rain constantly falling from the sky. Yet, strangely, there is not a single flash of lightning or thunder within this rainwater. Only this torrential rain seems to never cease, causing the sea to become increasingly abundant over the years. To the east lies the sea. And to the west, there is also a sea, a vast expanse of fiery flames engulfing the sky. Nearly half the sky is illuminated, turning it crimson. When the flames spread, if viewed from a high vantage point, the area of the Sea of Fire to the west is immense, not unlike the Sea of Rain to the east. There, even the ground and the sky are scorched. The flames are incredibly fierce and intense. Everyone who witnessed such a spectacle for the first time was shaken. The unusual thing wasn't just the seas to the east and west. The thunderclouds and wind tunnels to the north and south were also a concern. In the southern region, the land is arid. There are no burning flames causing the land to dry up. Here, the sky is filled with boundless thunderclouds. Within these thunderclouds, lightning strikes almost every second. From a distance, these lightning flashes were so numerous that, ultimately, they were even more terrifying than the black fog at Leizong. Each lightning bolt seemed to possess an astonishing power, constantly assaulting the ground, threatening to shatter and explode at any moment. In the northern region, mountain ranges resembled living dragons. These ranges intertwined, forming one valley after another. Within these valleys, for some unknown reason, raging winds gathered, turning the entire northern region into a windy cavern. The wind's howling sounds made one's soul tremble. Especially upon seeing the barren mountains in the north, the image of those furious winds tearing apart everything in their path involuntarily flashed through one's mind. Compared to the terrifying sights everywhere, only the central ice plain was much more peaceful. At this moment, a figure shivered on the ice plain, moving swiftly forward. He was constantly observing his surroundings, his face filled with anxiety and unease. It was Bai Xiaochun. Old ancestor Hanman, you tricked me. Bai Xiaochun's expression was gloomy, muttering curses under his breath. 2 days ago, he had been sucked into this place. Although he entered at the same time as the demonic face, he didn't land in the same location. Shortly after entering, his divine killing technique dissipated, and Bai Xiaochun regained his senses. He deliberately sought a hiding place, but felt unsafe. Therefore, he cautiously went outside. But as 2 days passed and he slowly began to understand this world, Bai Xiaochun's mood suddenly soured. There's basically no such thing as the accumulated power of heaven and earth over countless years here. Old ancestor Hanman, you're lying. Bai Xiaochun's heart was filled with sorrow and immense frustration. He had previously gone to great lengths to help the other party, even risking everything to fight that terrifying demonic face, all to borrow the power of heaven and earth within the magical artifact for cultivation. But today, after entering the world of the magical artifact, seeing that there was absolutely no trace of heaven and earth power around him, Bai Xiaochun realized that the demonic face was also here. If he encountered it, his life would be in danger. He was on the verge of going mad. Old ancestor Hanman, stop pretending to be dead. Come out. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Especially since this place was so strange that he couldn't teleport. All of this made Bai Xiaochun involuntarily curse softly. For the past 2 days, ever since he was sucked into this place, the little girl's consciousness hadn't reappeared. No matter how much Bai Xiaochun called out to her in his heart, she ignored him. This made Bai Xiaochun, already frustrated, even more angry. Yet time and again, he didn't dare to shout loudly. Even a low growl could only use about half his strength. This matter, I must tell the tomb guardian. I must also tell my disciple. Oh, and I also want to tell the heavenly venerate, Bai Xiaochun said angrily. But in the end, he could only sigh and cautiously move forward in this ice plain area. The only problem was, he didn't want to encounter the laughing and crying demon. But this ice plain was so vast. Not encountering it 2 days ago was already considered good luck. Now, on the 3rd day, Bai Xiaochun was cautiously moving forward, his face contorted in a frown. Suddenly, a powerful sense of danger made Bai Xiaochun tremble all over. His heart ached, and he turned to flee. In the distance, a thick, black mist was swirling towards him. Within this black mist was an enormous demonic face, coldly grinning at Bai Xiaochun, as if it had long since noticed him. Bai Xiaochun's cultivation was insufficient, and he only noticed it now. You little rat, you've ruined my plans. I won't rest until I skin you alive and make a kite out of you. A chilling, ominous voice emanated from within the demonic face. The mist swirled with incredible speed. In an instant, it caught up to Bai Xiaochun. Senior demon face, please listen to my explanation. I was also harmed by someone else. This Hanman patriarch is truly outrageous. We can join forces. As Bai Xiaochun fled in terror, he hastily shouted. But no sooner had his voice reached the ears of the demon than the demonic face suddenly opened its mouth. Instantly, a cloud of black mist, as if piercing through the void, appeared above Bai Xiaochun's head, transforming into a huge maw that threatened to devour him. Bai Xiaochun's scalp tingled with fear, but he didn't have time to think. His cultivation suddenly surged. He was about to resist with all his might. But at this moment, the urgent voice of the Hanman ancestor suddenly reached his ears. Relax your mind, I'll help you escape. Bai Xiaochun was stunned. He immediately felt a teleportation force within the surrounding heaven and earth, instantly enveloping his entire body. Almost at the moment the demonic face's enormous maw was about to devour him, a loud explosion erupted all around Bai Xiaochun. In the flickering light, his body vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, Bai Xiaochun was already thousands of miles away. He was just about to take a breath and speak, but in an instant, the teleportation force around him activated again. With a loud bang, his body vanished once more. Almost immediately after his disappearance, the void seemed to be torn open. Amidst the explosion, the demonic face caught up. Seeing Bai Xiaochun teleported away again, the demonic face let out a roar. Still trying to escape, in an instant, the demonic face disappeared into the void. Under this relentless pursuit, the demonic face's roar grew increasingly ferocious. Although he could teleport here, there was immense resistance. Even with continuous pursuit, he couldn't catch up with Bai Xiaochun. This filled him with uncontrollable anger. Eliminating this brat is secondary. The most important thing is to seize control of this magical artifact. Seeing that unless he used some special techniques, he couldn't catch up with Bai Xiaochun in a short time, the demonic face stopped pursuing him. In an instant, his body shot straight up into the void, wanting to study how to seize this magical artifact. Bai Xiaochun couldn't remember how many times he was teleported. Finally, he felt a loud bang in his head, as if his internal organs were churning, and the teleportation stopped. When he appeared, he was inside an ice cave. Although still on the ice plane, Bai Xiaochun himself wasn't sure exactly where he was. Even if it weren't for his incredibly strong body and the restorative power of the immortal blood, anyone else would have been extremely weak at this moment. Here, although he felt his internal organs churning and his head a little dizzy, he recovered completely after only a few breaths. However, his heart was filled with both sorrow and hope. "Grandma Hanman, I thought you didn't need me anymore," Bai Xiaochun hurriedly shouted. He worried that the Hanman ancestor had overheard his earlier conversation with the demonic face. He quickly tried to reassure himself. "That old demon's head appeared, causing some unexpected problems during my fusion. I'm afraid I won't be able to completely fuse in a short time. I need about 3 to 5 years." The Hanman ancestor's voice, tinged with weariness, echoed in Bai Xiaochun's mind. 3 to 5 years? What does that mean? Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, a sense of unease rising in his heart. The main point is that before I completely integrate, I can't open the door to leave. So you have to stay here for another 3 to 5 years, the Hanman ancestor calmly explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaochun instantly became furious, his whole body trembling with anxiety. "Aren't you just trying to harm me? This cursed place has no heaven and earth power to absorb for cultivation, and there's that terrifying old ghost here. You want me to stay here for 3 to 5 years? I want to leave. Get out now." At this moment, Bai Xiaochun didn't have time to think, shouting loudly, "Who says there's no heaven and earth power? To the east is the sea of rain, to the west is the fiery sky. To the south is the thundercloud, to the north is the wind cave." The reason all these surrounding areas are so strange is because the heaven and earth power is concentrated here. You can enter and absorb it. This is not difficult for you, and it's a great benefit. The Han clan ancestor calmly continued. "As for that old demon, I can't confront him in the short term, so I can only let him stay here. However, as I continuously integrate the magic treasures, I can create a suppression against him, causing his cultivation to continuously weaken here. And you, here, by borrowing the power of creation, your cultivation can suddenly increase dramatically. One side strengthens, the other weakens. As long as you endure for the first 2 years, the difference in cultivation between you two can be reversed. After I completely integrate the magic treasures and transform them into spirit, these treasures will finally activate, and I will fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. Rest assured. Before I fall asleep, if you want to leave, I will take you out. When I finally activate these magic treasures and rise up the northern lineage, my promise to you will remain unchanged." Hearing the Hanman ancestor's words, Bai Xiaochun felt anxious and somewhat confused. He quickly waved his hand. "Wait a moment, let me think things through first. You mean you need to fuse with the artifact spirit 3 to 5 years beforehand? Then you can open the artifact's door, allowing me to leave first." After that, you'll have to sleep for a while before activating the artifact. That's right. After the Hanman ancestor gave Bai Xiaochun a definitive answer, Bai Xiaochun felt like he was going crazy. Why didn't you say this before? Why only tell me now? How could I have predicted that an old ghost would follow you into this place? Basically, that's the situation. Within these 3 to 5 years, before I become the artifact spirit, no one can leave here. You figure it out yourself. The Han clan ancestor snorted coldly. At this moment, her consciousness seemed to leave Bai Xiaochun's mind, disappearing without a trace. Wait a moment! Bai Xiaochun shouted anxiously. But no matter how much he called out, the Han clan ancestor didn't respond. Finally, Bai Xiaochun angrily grabbed his hair, his heart filled with intense grief and resentment. Fraud, it's all fraud. It's all because I was too naive. Just thinking about having to stay here for 3 to 5 years, Bai Xiaochun felt a little desperate. If it weren't for that old ghost, it would be fine. 3 to 5 years wouldn't be very long. But today, Bai Xiaochun was especially worried. Let alone 3 to 5 years, even protecting his life for 3 to 5 months would be considered long. After a moment of dejection, Bai Xiaochun realized he had nowhere left to go. He could only suppress his unease and cautiously leave the ice cave. He wanted to see where he was. As soon as he emerged, he heard the sound of thunder echoing from afar. He saw, not too far from here, endless thunderclouds and barren land. And almost simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning were striking down from the sky. Lightning Bai Xiaochun breathed heavily, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He thought back to his time at the Nine Heavens-clad Thunder sect, where he had absorbed lightning to increase his cultivation. But at the same time, he also thought about how, after absorbing lightning to a certain extent, he could no longer continue devouring it, and those endless bolts of lightning had nearly killed him. This made Bai Xiaochun feel uneasy. Just as he was considering whether to give it a try, a black mist suddenly emerged from the ice a dozen meters away. As soon as the black mist appeared, it instantly condensed into a fist-sized demonic face, staring intently at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened, he screamed, and quickly dashed away into the distance. Finally, "I've found you," behind him. The demonic face revealed a ferocious grin. The sound echoed throughout the entire ice plain. Looking around, one could see that suddenly, more than 10,000 black mists had risen from various places, transforming into more than 10,000 demonic faces, all speaking the same words. At the same time, tens of thousands of these demonic faces soared into the air, rushing straight towards the demonic face that had spotted Bai Xiaochun, at an extremely fast speed. Before long, they gathered together again, once more forming a demonic face shrouded in a sky-black mist. "You brat, you ruined my plans. How can I rest until I skin you alive?" The demonic face roared angrily, directly chasing after Bai Xiaochun. At this moment, he was extremely frustrated. Previously, after letting Bai Xiaochun escape, he had tried to seize control of this magical artifact. He discovered that the artifact was uncontrollable. Its soul had already merged with his, and even with his cultivation, he couldn't interrupt the merging, unless he destroyed the artifact. But this kind of magical artifact world, even during his peak, was not easy to destroy. Not to mention now. Driven by rage, his current thought was to eliminate Bai Xiaochun and vent his anger. Afterward, he would reconsider his options. Although Bai Xiaochun was nowhere to be seen, now that he had made his decision, he unleashed his secret technique. His body instantly dispersed, transforming into tens of thousands of black mists spreading throughout the ice plain, as if he had manifested himself in countless forms. Thus, finding Bai Xiaochun wouldn't be difficult. The first time a heavenly venerate suddenly appeared. The second time I didn't have time to pay attention to you. The third time that damned spirit helped you teleport. This kid is lucky. I don't believe that this fourth time, with the raging thunderclouds in front of you, even I would be wary of them. You could still escape into the thunderclouds. The demonic face thought to himself. It seemed he also felt that Bai Xiaochun was somewhat difficult to kill, but he still snorted coldly. At this moment, he saw the direction Bai Xiaochun was fleeing. It was this thundercloud. Without hesitation, he chased after him. His speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he caught up again, directly opening his mouth and spitting out a large cloud of mist, forming a black claw that fiercely grabbed towards Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled violently. The intense danger impacted his mind, and without daring to delay, he directly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of black light. The turtle pattern cauldron suddenly appeared, directly manipulating the force behind him to block the power of the ghost claw. With a loud bang, Bai Xiaochun spat out fresh blood. His body was struck by this powerful force, sending him hurtling forward. At this moment, his body felt like it was about to shatter, and his cultivation was unstable. But the immortal blood had an astonishing regenerative ability, rapidly recovering. Borrowing this external force, Bai Xiaochun's speed exploded. The immortal forbiddance technique was activated, and he swiftly rushed out with the turtle pattern toad. Treasure? The demon-faced man was startled by the sudden appearance of the turtle pattern toad. He was momentarily stunned, but his eyes immediately lit up with joy. His excitement surged. Bai Xiaochun was extremely anxious. His eyes were already red. Although the turtle pattern toad had blocked the previous attack, his injuries were still severe. After all, the difference in combat power between the two was considerable. Now, seeing his opponent chasing after him, he only had one choice. That was the thundercloud area ahead. There, lightning bolts roared down, terrifying to behold. But Bai Xiaochun's eyes were red. Although he had experienced the fear of not being able to absorb lightning within the thunder prison, he had no other choice. I'll risk it all. Bai Xiaochun roared even louder, his body booming, and in the blink of an eye, just as the demonic face was about to catch up, he directly stepped into the thundercloud area. Almost instantly upon entering, the lightning bolt was immediately attracted to him, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaochun. With a loud bang, the lightning bolt struck Bai Xiaochun directly. Bai Xiaochun felt the power of the lightning bolt explode from the top of his head. The lightning contained immense power, surging violently within his body. Even outside his body, numerous arcs of electrical energy radiated outwards. This sight caused his body to tremble. He was about to scream in agony, but quickly, his eyes widened, a flash of joy appearing in them. Nothing happened. I can absorb it. Bai Xiaochun exclaimed excitedly. He felt that after the lightning bolt struck his body, not only did it not cause him any harm, but it also boosted his cultivation. Moreover, within this lightning bolt, there might be a life force hidden that the lightning bolts in the previous prison didn't possess, ultimately making my immortal blood much more vibrant. This filled Bai Xiaochun with overwhelming joy and surprise. He immediately realized that although he had absorbed the lightning in the lightning prison to its limit, and it was no longer of any help to him. The lightning in this world of magical artifacts was clearly superior to that in the Nine Heavens Cloud Thunder sect, like a high-grade elixir, naturally allowing him to absorb it again and use it for cultivation. In his joy, when Bai Xiaochun saw the demonic face also chasing after him into the thundercloud, he didn't hesitate at all, clearing his throat and letting out a mournful scream. The sound was extremely desolate, as if he had suffered a great torture. This sound reached the ears of the demonic face behind him, causing him to pause for a moment. This lightning is so powerful. However, letting him be struck dead by lightning is a bit too easy for him. The demonic figure, seeing the lightning bolts all around him, became even more wary. He realized that even he couldn't deploy his divine consciousness within this thundercloud. Therefore, he didn't venture deep into the thundercloud, but instead stayed close to the edge, his gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun. He was waiting for Bai Xiaochun to be killed before rushing forward to collect his corpse. In truth, the turtle pattern cauldron had already greatly tempted him. While he waited for Bai Xiaochun to be killed, Bai Xiaochun quickly moved forward. Several more lightning bolts were attracted to him, striking him repeatedly. Each lightning bolt contained the power of heaven and earth, invigorating Bai Xiaochun's body and spirit. However, he let out a mournful cry, each one more pathetic than the last. Despite his cries, Bai Xiaochun discovered that the demonic face hadn't caught up. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his own actions and despised the cowardly demonic face. Why is this guy so cautious? No, I need to give him a stronger warning. Thinking this, Bai Xiaochun slowed down. He continued to scream miserably under the lightning bolts, struggling forward, appearing unable to hold out much longer. The demonic face's eyes flashed. He paid close attention to Bai Xiaochun, but still moved further inside, observing from a distance. Seeing this, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. Under the relentless lightning strikes, his screams grew weaker and weaker. His body seemed to weaken, and his steps slowed considerably. I'm about to be killed. The demonic face's mouth curved into a cold smile. But very quickly, he frowned again. In his eyes, Bai Xiaochun was constantly being attacked by lightning, as if he could be struck dead at any moment, yet he could, in this limping state, stumble and run further and further away. Finally, the demonic face frowned. Suspicion appeared in his eyes. But just as he was pondering, Bai Xiaochun suddenly went far away. Under the simultaneous impact of 3 lightning bolts, his whole body trembled, and finally, with a sound, he fell. Bai Xiaochun's body convulsed uncontrollably. Seeing this, the demonic face didn't hesitate any longer. In an instant, his body, shrouded in mist, rushed straight towards Bai Xiaochun. But the moment he reached him, Bai Xiaochun finally struggled to his feet from the ground. When he turned around, blood vessels filled his eyes, and his whole body seemed utterly exhausted. Like a ferocious gnashing of teeth, he let out a roar filled with exhaustion. Come on, I, Bai Xiaochun, will absolutely not surrender. After Bai Xiaochun's roar, his body trembled, yet he struggled to continue forward. Thick skin and flesh, Bai Xiaochun's gaze completely dispelled the demonic face's hesitation. He snorted coldly. Having decided to penetrate deeper, he unleashed his highest speed, roaring as he charged straight towards Bai Xiaochun. But as his speed increased, the lightning within the thunderclouds also split into many bolts, striking the demonic face. Even though he dodged many of the lightning bolts, several still struck him. The demonic face trembled all over. Even someone as powerful as him felt his soul become unstable under these lightning bolts. What terrified him even more was that after these lightning bolts struck him, they could cause some of his life force to dissipate. How can this lightning be so bizarre? Although the demon had previously made judgments about these lightning bolts, after experiencing it firsthand, he was still terrified. Especially the draining of his life force, which immediately made him anxious. In fact, he was like a rootless tree. Although he had plenty of life force, there was no way to replenish it here. Once he lost too much, it would have a huge impact. It's better to go back and wait until this person dies before going in to retrieve his corpse. Thinking this, the demon was about to retreat. But just as he was about to step back, in an instant, Bai Xiaochun suddenly let out a mournful scream, like a dying ember before his last breath.